Hey everyone, Pam Bam Rich here. Welcome back to Tales of Marathon Stream 3 Day 2. Yesterday we just wrapped up all of Act 1 and we're just trying to set up the beginning of Act 2 as we've just established the Guild Brave Vesperia. And I am joined here by one of the Aselia Con core staff members, Choi. Aselia Con has been a Tales of Convention since 2013 in Irving, Texas, and it's been going strong since then. I had the pleasure of visiting in 2016, and it was a very good time, and honestly, I recommend joining Aselia Con whenever you have the chance, especially when things start to open up a little bit.
This place has gotten a lot more
How's it going, Chris?
It's going pretty well. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course, of course. So we talked a little bit about Vesperia and your background a bit. When it came to Vesperia, was it your first game in the series, or what did you start off with?
Oh no, Symphonia was my first, and I just played as they came out after that one, and then backtracked to some of the earlier titles once I started to get more of a feel for the series.
Nice, nice. And what year did you start off Symphonia?
It was when it came out. What was that, like early 2000s? I forget exactly the release date, but I know I picked it up when it was releasing.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I think that was around like 2004 or something along those lines. It's one of those
yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, one of those big Tales releases. So you're a long time, very hardcore Tales of fan. Which one would you say is your favorite out of the ones you played?
I would say the Director's Cut Destiny. Shame we just never got it localized.
Yeah.
You can't just ignore people's problems.
So when you went through Director's Cut, then did you have a translation with you, or what happened when you went through it?
Then let's go.
Well, I didn't sit and play it with a translation guide like with Rebirth, for instance, but because I had already played the PlayStation original version of Destiny, a lot of the story beats were the same, so I was able to surmise most of what was happening anyway.
Okay. So when it came to Destiny, then, like, did you play that before Grace's F? Because the two have like kind of similar battle systems or something along those lines.
Come on, we should
yes, I did. So it was nice to see them bring the chain capacity in. I honestly wish they would revisit that at some point.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people who do share those same feelings as well, especially because, like, I don't know, for myself, I didn't play too much Blast Caliber games. Like, the most I spent time with was Grace's F, like pure Blast Caliber. I'm not talking about like Vesperia or Vesperia, but
right.
Eventually I'll find out a way to play DC. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, particularly there was the patch that came out. Have you heard about that one?
I haven't heard anything in the last couple of years, so if it's more recent, probably not.
Yeah, it's very recent. Life Bottle Productions released like an English patch of Tales of Destiny Director's Cut, and
nice.
I'm really looking forward to playing that version, even though, like, I also played Destiny PSX before I'm gonna play Destiny on DC. I mean, not DC, not Dreamcast. No, PS2. But it's more like, yeah, like I really am looking forward to playing it on the actual console itself.
Right. Yeah, I just got an imported PS2 that I played it on, so hooked it up to an old CRT TV to just get the full experience when I went through it a few years back.
Classic CRT. Oh man, that's old school. That's super old school right there. I wish I had a working CRT. Like, I mean, I have one, but it's really small. Like, I don't want to carry the big ones because we all know the big ones are like, geez, they're super heavy.
Oh yeah. I have an old one. I forget the exact model, but I remember I looked it up and it weighs about 320 pounds.
Your home must be in a
oh my gosh. That's gotta be like one of is it like one of those ones that are like weighted and have like wheels underneath or something, or is it just like one of the more kind of modern ones? Well, quote unquote.
It's definitely weighted, but it does not have wheels on it, so it's something you need to have somebody carry with you if you're trying to move it around.
And he's not a monster. And it's not only because he can fly.
CRTs. Also, I see folks dropping in the chat. Hey, ZXCAS. Hey, ADMG7. I recognize all of you from yesterday. Royalty95. When you sent in your entries, I noticed that the email address that you provided wasn't working. So I do recommend emailing
Yeah,
talesofmarathonstream@gmail.com to confirm the email that you are using. I couldn't
It was
respond to
you who
you
attacked
last
Aselia
night for
earlier,
some
wasn't
reason. I think that was your email that I saw. Yes, I'm very positive about that.
You're pretty sharp if you were able to tell who it was I was after.
All right.
I'm just that kind of guy.
So, DC is your favorite. What do you think about Vesperia?
Vesperia is definitely pretty up
Phaeroh
there for
also
me.
appeared because
I'd
of
say
Estelle.
it's probably in my top 5 if
Is
I
there
had to give it a
some connection
ranking.
between
So
them, between
I like
you and your
the
partner?
battle system, holds up pretty well. The overall story structure is
It's
pretty
hard to
good. I
explain.
kind of have liked
But you won't deny
seeing
that you
more
would
of the
come for
world,
her.
so to speak, because I remember
I'm afraid
the
I'm not
part of
very
the
good
team
at
that worked
lying.
on putting together the first Strike movie
All right, I won't ask
had
you more
originally said they
questions.
wanted to do another movie
It looks like you're going
or
after her
potentially
again.
another game after
needn't worry.
the ending of
I won't be
Vesperia, and I
doing
would have
that
liked
sort
to
of
have seen
thing
what they'd
anymore.
done with that
You
if
have
it
my
weren't
word.
put on hold or canceled or whatever
You
happened
mean
to it.
Yeah.
What can I say
I
that
didn't
will
I didn't
make you
hear
believe
about that
me?
actually. Like so the movie team actually wanted to make like a sequel movie or
Well,
something?
you said you were no good at
Yeah, I want to say it was like the
lies.
director or something. I forget
not like
his
we're all that
name, but that
different.
was something that was being
I've got a few
discussed
skeletons in
around
my
the
closet,
time
too.
that First Strike was in production. They had mentioned that they wanted to do a sequel of some sort at some point, but it just never
He's
came
a
to
strange
fruition.
one.
Huh. And like I'm thinking about the movie and whatnot. Did you watch the movie before playing the game or vice versa?
No, I played it originally on the 360, so
Shall we
years
have a look
before the
around the
movie
town?
came out. So I ended up just watching that after
We
it
also need to have a
debuted.
look at the Blastia that went
Oh,
berserk
okay,
last
okay.
time.
Yeah, that movie is really good. I think I was like gushing over it yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I watched it 2 nights ago, like literally the night before the marathon. I was like, yeah, this is probably like my favorite adaptation out of the 9 that I know, or whatever, how many series adaptations are out throughout the series.
It
Yeah,
seems like
I'd
the
say
area
that
has
movie,
returned to
as well
normal.
as the
Yeah,
anime series
doesn't
that they
look
put
like
out
it's gone
for
berserk since
Abyss,
then.
are both really solid.
Oh, okay.
Hey, it's
Are
those
you big
guys
into
we met
watching
in
like
Nor Harbor.
anime in general as well, or is it just the Tales of ones you've been watching?
Miss Estelle!
I do watch a bit of anime here and there. I've been reading more manga on the side now,
How have
just
you been?
because I like the longer form stories, and while the adaptations can be good, they are forced to speed things up or cut things out.
Who is this?
So I kind of jump back and forth between what I watch versus what I read.
Oh,
These
okay,
people
okay.
out at Nor Harbor.
I guess for me, it's like when it comes to
I can't
anime,
thank you enough
when
for
I
all
think of like
you've done
full
for us.
anime adaptations, it doesn't particularly interest me
Where's your
as much
father?
because I played the games, if that kind of makes sense. But I can
Yeah.
kind of see the appeal for where people would want to watch it, especially if they don't really play video games themselves or something along those lines.
I haven't seen Teagle.
Right.
my
I feel
husband,
like
for
they
the
can
past
serve as
3
a soft
days.
introduction to try to get somebody into the series that may not necessarily have the time and sit
Sounds
down
like
and
that
play an
rumor might
entire
be
game.
true.
Yeah, yeah. It's always good to branch out that way at the end of the day.
Don't you have any hunches?
Yes.
So, right now we're going to be coming into a choice very shortly,
Talked
and I'm
again
going
about
to let
working to
the
become a
chat
noble.
decide on what's going to happen in these
Become
next
a
2
noble?
choices. So, I
What
hope
do
you
you
all
mean?
picked the right choices, like I mentioned last night. Please
When the
choose
city
the
is
right
finally
choices. That's all I'm
completed,
going to say.
We will be able to live
That's all I'm
here
going to
as
say.
members of the
And I will let you know if you chose correctly or if you chose... Oh no, if you chose wisely
doesn't
or if
sound
you
quite
chose
right.
poorly. Well,
What do you mean?
with that in mind, quote-unquote threat out of the way,
The rank of nobility
let's
is
see here.
reserved
So,
for those whose services
yeah, we're trying to
earn
learn
the
a little
Emperor's
bit more about
confidence.
how we're going to go through back in Heliord and whatnot.
But
And
Sir
essentially,
Timur gave his word to us.
we are hearing more
He
about
said
this
we would be
Q-More
welcomed as
character.
nobles.
Yeah, so now things are going to start picking up with regards to the narrative, especially in
Q-More?
Act 1. It
From
was
the
more just like
Imperial Knights?
introductions of characters and setting
Yes,
things up,
he is
which
acting as the current
I mentioned
magistrate of
yesterday.
the
I'm not
city.
particularly... It does
I'll
lead
bet
itself
he
to
is.
being a little bit dry, especially if you
That
don't
is
view the
strange,
skits, which is
though.
what I'm going through
I
right
didn't
now.
mean Imperial
If
Throne
I added
is
skits, it would
empty
make the
at
marathon longer. But when it comes to
But then-
Act 2,
why
that's
on
when things
earth
start to
have we
pick
been
up for me.
working this
What
hard?
did you think about the first act of this
What
game,
about
Chris?
Teagle?
I thought it served
Is
pretty
Phaeroh
nicely
coming
as an introduction to the world and the cast of characters that you're going to
Yuri.
play with. So it was nice as a first outing. Overall,
You're gonna ask me why we
it
don't take
ties
this
in
on as a
nicely
guild,
to
right?
the second act, which like you were saying, is pretty much the meat of the game and where I think it really
I promised to
shines.
take care of her fee when I
yeah.
pay my
Overall,
own.
I would say the 3-act structure works fairly well, but sometimes,
okay,
I don't know,
that's
it's
fine.
like it might be a little clean as far as how they try to wrap up the end of each act, whereas I feel like they could have
So this
tried to
means our
lace
next
them
job is
together a
finding a
little bit
missing
more
person.
fluidly, so to speak.
And if Q Moore
Oh,
is up to his
like
usual
which ones do you think
stunts,
would
just
have
have
need to
to
be in
slap
Lace more a
him
little bit
around
better
till
out
he
of
stops.
curiosity?
Well, mainly just because they
Right.
kind of
The
did the
knights
same
do
thing in
exist
Abyss,
for
where
the
when you get
protection of the
through
people,
Act
after
1 and then
all.
everyone just kind of goes their separate ways, and then you have to try to get everyone back together,
just
that sort
make
of
sure we're
thing.
careful.
I think
Knights
I
could
suppose it
squash
could
a
be a
little guild
trope,
like
you
us
could
if we
say,
get
in
on
some
their
of the
bad
games
side.
where everyone goes their separate ways, and you know that there still is something bubbling under the surface, and then everyone has to come up with a different set of
We'll
reasons as
find
far
your
as why
father,
they
I
all
promise.
rejoin each other.
Just wait
So
right
you-
here.
As a player, you're just waiting to get that character you
Well,
want to
that's
play
that.
back again,
We'll
and
take
you
the
just have to
job.
try to get through that introduction of the
Thank
second
you.
act
Thank
before
you
you can
so
actually get the whole
much.
party back together, sort of thing.
All right.
You know
Let's
what?
go find him.
Now that you bring it up, I never noticed that, but now
There's
I
something
can't
very
unthink of
suspicious
every
about
Tales
that
game that
area
did
over
that
there.
for their second act. Oh my gosh.
Right.
Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Tales of
even
Destiny
more so
definitely
because
did
it's
it.
off limits.
I mean, this game, of
I
course.
wonder if there's some way we
This
could get
I
in.
don't think Symphonia did it though. I think they kept
No.
everybody
Careful,
together. Yeah, that's
guys.
one of the few
Remember?
cases.
Careful.
Yeah, Abyss
Legendio
definitely
did
did
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, Legendia did it too. Oh my gosh. This is all just like mind-blowing to me because like I'm so used to like just going to the Tales games, just taking it as is, but I never realized that, oh my gosh, they all separate every single time.
Yeah.
Holy
Thank
smokes.
goodness.
All right, well,
Knowing you, Yuri, I thought for
so
sure you'd
in
try to
this
force your way
cutscene,
through.
there's going to be
Well,
a decision we have to
caution
make.
and all that. Losses
We're gonna
are
have to
always,
do
you know.
something to get past by
But
this
how
guard.
should we get by the guards?
Thank you, Estelle. Right on cue. So, here we
I
go.
really
You
think
have your
forcing
three
our
options
way
that are
through
gonna
would
be
the
shown
simplest
right
and
here,
most
and I'm gonna let
effective way in.
the chat decide which option you're going to pick.
No, I won't allow it.
You better let somebody have their no
All
good,
we
very
need to
bad
do
day.
is draw the
That's all
guard
I'm gonna
away
say.
from his post.
Hint, hint. But in any case, the
Hey,
options
how
will
do we
come
do
up very
that?
shortly as we are about to understand why we need to pick or
Maybe by,
said options.
You know, seducing him with feminine wiles.
Well then.
Who are we choosing, chat? Who will distract the guards?
I mean, I figured the correct choice should be obvious here.
I agree. But sometimes the chat can surprise me, especially yesterday when they wanted to go collect something alongside the collector's book, which I will never mention again. Hint, hint.
We have 3 votes in so far.
Alright.
4.
I'll give you guys another 15 seconds. Because I know there's a bit of a chat delay over here.
Yeah.
I'm watching you guys. You better pick the right choice.
This is
All
closer
right.
than I thought it was going to be.
Right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see what we got here. I see the majority is Carol.
Yep.
Carol should
You
be good for the
chose
job.
wisely. Good choice. Good choice.
What?
Thank you. Thank you. You redeemed yourselves from yesterday, everybody. You redeemed yourselves from yesterday. Congratulations. We need the no good, very bad day of Carol Capel. Hint, hint.
No, I'm not really one for jokes.
Huh?
Okay,
I don't know. Like
let's
this next scene,
You gotta
I'm
believe
not.
in yourself,
Eh.
Carol.
Last time I saw it, like first time I saw it, it was like, yeah, it was funny when Carol did it, but if you chose the other choices, they're all kind of
I don't have
boring
any
at the
idea
end of the
what
day,
you're
really.
talking
Yeah.
about.
Like
They play
Carol's
out
is
how
the
you
most
expect them
amusing.
to.
Yeah, exactly. Rita should. Oh, don't worry. Rita will see something else later if you guys choose wisely. All right, so this is actually our tutorial for synthesis of weapons again, because last time when we did like a synthesis tutorial, that was when we had to do like a panacea bottle, and that was a little bit more with like key items. So this is now like the game's way of saying, oh, you're in Act 2, you better learn how to do synthesis now. This is your reminder for it, basically. And that's why I had to remember last night before I ended it off, I needed to pick up a small bird feather, because if every other practice I did with this, I did not pick up a small bird feather because essentially I've been avoiding encounters, so I never had a chance to pick up materials as they drop naturally, and I always don't have a small bird feather, so we're gonna be ready to go. And as our shopkeep says, this is how we're gonna have to craft our certain outfit, essentially.
You should be able to get
I prefer Judith not because of the outfit, but because of the exchange. Well, you know what? I think Judith's outfit is very wacky, that's for sure. That's all I'm gonna say about what that is, but honestly, the most entertaining, as we mentioned, is definitely Carol.
Captain Carol, you wouldn't have us abandon
Yeah, as
your
far as
plan,
Judith's
would you?
outfits go, I think my favorite was her like card dealer one you get.
I mean, of course not, but
Oh, I forgot she had a card dealer one. How did you get that one
Yeah.
again, out of curiosity?
if only Rita were here right
Yeah, it was a
now.
side quest that I think you did in was it the City of Guilds? Drawing a blank on the name all of a sudden.
Dongrist.
That's the one. Yeah, there's some side quests you can do there where I think she gets set up with that outfit for volunteering to fill in for somebody's shift or something. Been a while since I've done that one.
So you have to do something in Dongrist, like volunteering somebody in a ship?
If I remember correctly. I did it in the Xbox
brought the
version,
items.
and so that was
Wait here
a
while I
long
make
time
you
ago,
something nice.
assuming they kept it in the Switch version.
It's most likely that they
Ready.
did.
Let's go.
Because it's I don't know, did you play the
Are you
PS3 version out of
seriously going
curiosity?
out in that outfit?
Like-
No, I've only played on the
Something wrong with
Xbox
this?
and the Switch versions for this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because
Well, I could see everything.
I just like his
Never
expression.
mind
It's
that.
like, this is the start of something very unfortunate.
I have a feeling this is gonna work.
Oh, Carol. Oh, Carol. It begins. It begins. As long as we
It's a
know what to
shame.
choose for choice 2.
Yeah. I would have
I'm
loved
not-
for them to have an exchange for him in that outfit with Nan.
I would I would have been that would have been very amusing, that's for sure.
Excuse me.
Oh, and you know what?
closer
This
you
scene
are.
wasn't voiced in 360, so it's nice to hear
This is
these
so-
extra scenes voiced and whatnot.
Be brave,
Yeah.
Carol.
I don't know, like when you
Looks like the chat got me on that. So it was Namco Band Isle, not Dongrist. I must have been thinking of one of the other side
Mr.
quests.
Oh, okay, Namco Banda Isle.
talking
Got
to me?
it, got it.
Yeah. That makes more sense.
Yes. Could you come
And they
over
stopped
here?
making that
I
a
can't
place in the
find
later
my
games.
donkey.
I always liked
Yeah.
the different versions of it.
Yeah, like the last time we had a Namco Banda Isle was like Narikiri Dungeon Cross on the PSP, and then they just stopped ever since.
Yeah, I think it was ever since they changed it from Namco Bandai to Bandai Namco, so they stopped making that a thing.
Oh, I just mean the island in general. I mean, actually,
Yeah.
Namco Bandai. No. Oh wait. When did Namco? Oh, I realized what you said. When did Namco Bandai Isle become Bandai Namco Isle? Oh, when did No, I'm confusing myself. When did Namco Bandai become Bandai Namco again?
As I
Jeez.
predicted, came to
Wasn't it
fruition
like around
anyway.
2010-ish? I want to say it was somewhere around that
Couldn't really
time.
ask you to go all the way with it.
Okay, 2010. Yeah.
What are
That
you
sounds
talking
Yeah, I'd
about
have to
right.
look up their Wikipedia page or something to know the exact year.
Never mind.
Yeah.
I know it was a
hear
while
ya.
ago though.
Change your clothes and go leave that costume at the shop.
Okay.
Bandai Namco, Namco Bandai. Jeez, now I'm getting myself super confused. Cat's Corner. Oh yeah, technically Cat's Corner is the replacement of Bandai Namco Bandai Isle. All right, jeez, gonna get myself tongue-tied this entire morning, aren't I? All right, but before we get into that, we got choice number 2. We need to have somebody become the knight and essentially
Phaeroh would work just as well.
disguise themselves to get some more intel. So, who are we picking, chat? Who are we picking? I'll give you guys another 10, 15 seconds, maybe 20. Delay. Usual shtick. Choose wisely. Alright, alright. Ooh, oh.
2 for 2.
Oh. Let's see here. We got 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I guess
All right.
I'll have to do it.
So the chat has decided Yuri, and you've chose
But really,
poorly.
not-
Come on, you gotta give Carol his no good, very bad day. Ah, man.
This helps
Ah.
us fool
Not
them
just a
all
regular
better.
kind of bad day.
Yeah, no, it's just a regular bad day. Man.
Quit goofing off over there.
I mean, I don't mind Yuri's scene here. It's okay, but Carol's is
You should
way
get
more
back to your
funnier.
post before things
Way
get
more
even out
funnier.
of hand.
Yeah, because he's out of his depth.
What do you mean out of hand?
All right. Well, I'll give you guys the 50-50. You did well in the first choice, second choice not so well, but whatever. It is what it is.
Roger.
It
Okay,
is what
be
it
right
is.
back.
But yeah, Cat's Corner essentially replaced Namco Banda Isle for the modern games. Like, and I think it's it serves its purpose. The song is just, jeez, you remember the song that plays? It's on the same level as this song that we're hearing right now. It's every bit of silly.
Any idea who you're dealing with? Get your
I think
superior out here
Symphonia's
quick.
Cat's Village probably takes the cake for me as far as the silly songs go.
Oh, Cat's Village. Oh yeah, dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, I forgot about how that
That's
sounded
a-
for a bit there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Calm down, Yuri. I'll go call him right now.
And I think it even had like a 16-bit mix when it was because like I think Cat's Village showed up in Narakiri Dungeon 3 on the GBA, and also had like a 16-bit remix of it too. It's kind of cool.
Nice. Yeah, I like the remix they gave it for Symphonia 2, the New World, or Night of Ratatosk, or whatever version you want to call it.
Dawn of the Night of Ratatosk, yeah. I hear you.
Yeah.
I don't think I went as far as to see Cat's Village in Dawn of the New World, so, I'll have to look into that after the stream.
Yeah, there wasn't too much in it. I think the main thing was that you could get cat's mittens for a glove to equip to a couple of the characters, and I don't think they
Have you
added
calmed
too much
down?
else value-wise there.
Yeah.
Was there anything with the monsters particularly that kind of
So
helped
what
out
are
with
you
it?
doing in a place like this?
Not that I can recall, but I only went there like once or twice in the
I
sequel.
thought I'd check out the Blastia here before investigating the
Cat's
aircraft.
Village in Eternia? Cat's Village in Eternia was...
And you wound up biting off
I mean,
a
it
little
served
more
its
than you could
purpose for
chew,
sure, but
just like
I think it's more
always.
like a prototype before it started to become like Cat's Village and Symphonia and
But
Cat's
what was it you
Corner
got
and
involved in?
Zesty Bursy.
They sneaked the Blastia into the labor camp at night. I mean, that's already pretty shady.
Oh, we're gonna be getting into our next boss fight
Don't
very
tell me you were
shortly.
sneaking around investigating
Oh
when you got
boy, oh
caught.
boy, oh boy. Well, yesterday the boss fights were kind of going
Of
up
course
and down
not.
because
I was
like
very stealthy
just to
about
bring you
it.
up to speed as well, Chris. We're at
And then you got
this
caught.
playthrough is on hard, 10 times experience,
Well, I couldn't just sit
skill
around while they were trying to do
SP1,
something
increased
weird
drop
with the
rate, if that
Blastia.
all sounds familiar to you.
Yeah.
So
People here have been
that's why I've
threatened
been
by the Knights
avoiding
and are being made to
encounters,
work.
and because of that I had to inherit skills, because we already know how much you have to
bet
grind
T-Ball's
to
in
get
there
the skills in this
Yeah.
game.
Otherwise, you'd
We
never
cannot
learn.
allow this to go on.
Pretty much.
And what
So,
about this Blastia you saw?
we're moving into
was
the
a
point
homegrown
where
Blastia. It
some
looks like
bosses are
they're
going to be
gathering them up
easier
for a
from here
war.
on out, but I think the
They won't.
ramp up with the next
You
boss
think
here is
they're
going to be a
planning on
little bit
attacking
rough.
Dongrest again?
I remember having some trouble with it when I was trying to figure
But
out my
why?
party
After they
composition
just
and
set up the
whatnot.
friendship agreement.
It's got to be Q
You know, just feed over limit into Rita and let it take care of itself.
I would
know
like
him,
to,
Yuri?
but the thing is that the next boss fight has like a ton of
You met
moves,
him once.
so it feels
Don't
like she's
care
gonna get
about
interrupted. Well, actually, you know what?
She
Over
had
limit.
levitate.
You mean the guy with the creepy voice?
Limit what?
Levitate?
Oh, levitate? Oh, no. No. So, how I'm also working with this playthrough, too, is that, like, I'm only using skills for weapons that I pick up. And I wish I could have grinded for levitate. I saw that and I'm like, whoa. Whoa. Like, I only saw the skill text. I never actually used it myself. Like, is it as advertised, basically? She just floats around?
Yeah, it basically burns mana to do it, but with all of her other skills that you get and your SP cost 1 and everything to optimize it, it's not hard to just keep her regen going with that and items, so she can just stay in the sky until something hits her.
I see.
Right. Okay, then let's get back to our original plan and head down.
Okay.
Alright. Hey, how's it going, Furious Gamer? The Pokemon system in Symphonia 2 was really cool. Yeah, you know what? That's like one of the few highlights of that game. I really do like the Pokemon system they have there with Dawn of the New World.
Yeah, my only regret was that you couldn't take control of them yourself. That would have been nice.
Yeah, really would have been nice. I think it was like Narukiri Dungeon Cross, where you have the costume where you could capture monsters too, and you can control them and rename them as well.
And I hope you remember to appreciate the work Leviathan.
I made my way through the Narukiri dungeon ones just yet.
You will be taken care of,
there is a translation guide online if that's something that you'd want to look into. I mean, Narukiri Dungeon 2 and Narukiri Dungeon 3, they're in their own universes, but you could play Narukiri Dungeon Cross because it's more like a follow-up to Fantasia in a sense.
Right. Yeah, I'd heard about that a few years back with Konono being added as a playable character and all that.
It almost sounds as if you
Konono is Radiant Mythology.
I thought she was in Cross as a playable character added to the original cast for that Fantasia.
Oh, that's Rondaline. Rondaline,
oh, that's
silver hair, yeah, sword.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the names mixed up then.
Don't worry, though.
No worries.
Looking at the
There's so many names to keep track of, even I can't keep up with it. But I'll definitely remember the guy on the right, Jaeger. I posed this question last night. Where is Germany in this universe? But I guess the Japanese version has him speaking English too for some reason.
Right, he's just a goofball, and they kind of write him off that way, but they flavored him differently for us. Probably just because of the name they chose for him.
Yeah. What was his Japanese name, actually, now that I'm thinking about it?
Oh, it's still Jaeger. I'm just saying that because it's a German name, they probably decided to flavor it with German accent when they gave us the dub.
Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I was thinking about that last night, since I don't usually play with Japanese dub, so I'm like, oh, they had him speak like English. Huh.
Yeah.
So now we know
he's one of those characters I prefer greatly in the English dub over the Japanese.
Yeah.
I feel like with Vesperia anyway, it's even split for me as far as which characters I prefer in English versus Japanese between the hero and villain cast.
Let's tell them to run.
Okay, which one's like the most that you prefer for Japanese? I think I know English is Jaeger, pretty much, eh?
Right. Yeah. For instance, the ones in Japanese I like a bit more, where I thought Nan sounded better, Estelle sounded a bit better. I could go either way with Judith. I could go either way with Yuri. And I would say I do like English Raven a bit more than the Japanese version. And Cheryl and Rita I think I could go either way with. But the ones that really stood out to me in English over the Japanese versions were Jaeger and Tyson.
Jaeger and Tyson. Oh yeah, Tyson is pretty wild in this game too, now that I think about it.
Yeah, that was David Vincent.
David Vincent. Oh, he did Chester and Richard.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I'm trying to make sure that I have the right weapons here, because I want to make sure that we're well equipped and I have the right skills as well, I hope. Did I even pick up... I don't think I picked up, like, any of the ones underneath. Did I pick up an ore before? Let's see. No, I did not pick up an ore, I think. No, I didn't. Ogre Axe. Oh, why did I not pick up the Ogre Axe sooner? Oh, jeez. Item thrower would have been really nice during that Barbos fight.
Because if we got it too early, it would be ogre powered.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. Alright, we got critical magic. I think I got the sash. Alright. How are we doing for equipment here? Split mail ain't useful. None of these are... Ooh, actually, long coat is perfect for Judith then. Pointed hat. Yeah, Carol definitely needs it. Repeat does too. Okay. So this is how I've been... I mean, I kind of wish like they could have had better options for like New Game Plus when it comes to keeping track of the skills. Well, I'm only being nitpicky because I'm doing this for Marathon's sake. But
right. It's a quality of life thing, though.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's an old game. I can't ask too much about it at this point. What items did I just buy? Okay, new. Because like I really have to keep track of the skills that I pick up. War Axe here. War Axe is gonna get us backstep and evade, which is fantastic for Carol. Yeah, we need all these base skills, cause what did you think? How did you think they handled the skill system in this game?
Well, considering the first thing it immediately reminded me of the first time I played through was the skill system from Final Fantasy IX. I would say I felt like it was a better implementation of that. They also had you learn skills through your equipment in that game. But this one, especially after you get the SP cost 1, feels a lot more fun to mix up what you want to do with each character's potential.
Huh. I didn't realize Final Fantasy IX did that.
Yeah, it's been a very, very long time since I touched that game, but it had a similar setup where you throw some gear on. They had inset skills that you would learn through grinding through fights, and then you could equip them manually after you mastered the skill.
Okay. I guess it's more like because I didn't particularly play too many Final Fantasy games. Like Tales of is basically my Final Fantasy, so
yeah.
What like? Huh? How's it at? So with the skills, like, is it all just like magic, or?
No, it's basically the same as what we have here, with the different passive abilities that you can get to amp your character out.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, we get the advantage of having a grade shop here to make it more entertaining on the second playthrough with the lowered SP costs, and I think they just had more skills in general. For instance, the fact that you could find the altered arts by equipping the different passives that you otherwise would have no idea or necessarily think to combine together and then use a specific art to learn. I always thought that was a nice touch to make use of those.
Yeah, it definitely adds more to the replayability. But first playthrough, you're not getting that. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I apologize for all the meddling from the get-go here, but yes, Eclipse, I think you're right there. I was definitely broke. Or no, I think I was waiting to go to Dongrest to get some stuff, but I completely forgot that the item thrower was in this area, so I probably should have actually got it earlier. I think I got everything else here fine. Endless Heart, will need that for Rita to get critical magic. Very, very useful. And alongside that, we're gonna get the... I think we bought this Reveille belt. No, actually we got that from whatever that Gus for us does. King size belt we got. High power yo-yo was what she came in with, so we don't have to buy that. Don't worry, we'll save after this, so if I lose in the next fight, it'll be fine. It will be fine. Who else doesn't have a pointed hat? Oh, Repeat. Put that on. You need a hat with your cape. And Silliard or Ogre Axe. We got ourselves Ogre powered, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you win these fights.
Exactly. Okay. I think I got everything all set up here. I'm just gonna sell some stuff just to get rid of them, particularly some of these weapons here. Sometimes like I just buy it to just say, hey, I bought it, now I can sell it afterwards, to sort of get quote-unquote authentic experience as possible.
Right.
Alright, get rid of these belts. I think we should be fine for that. How about armor? Get rid of these. Wait, bronze circlet is good for Rita? Huh, okay, I'll get her a bronze circlet, why not? Actually no, I think the ribbon is better. How are we for this? Okay, I think we're good. Think we're good. Sell, sell, sell. Think we're good. Think we're good. Get rid of these. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, let's actually get that on Rita. Well, there's the ribbon that I was gonna keep. Anyway. And yeah, I think we're all set. Yeah, we're doing much better for Gald now. Like, I think like early game Gald was really bad because I wasn't running into too many encounters, and well, I think the big issue was yeah, that was the big issue basically. And also my party members were dying at the beginning. Let's not forget what Yuri and Carol did during that egg bear fight. Both of them making jokes about that egg bear. Yeah, no. They weren't performing well at all during that boss fight. And okay, I think we are good. I'm just gonna play as repeat for this, and we're gonna bring Judith in as well. Judith, Yuri, and Carol. Perfect. Once again, apologies for the menuing, but we're just easing into today. There will be... I hope things will get more smoothly as we keep on going here, because we're not going to be finishing off Act 2 today. I can tell you this much. The end of Act 2 will most likely bleed into tomorrow morning. But when it comes to... what are the words looking for? Wrapping up Act 3 is really short, so I feel like we should be able to wrap up with a little bit of overtime tomorrow. That's the plan, I hope. I hope. Oh, look at all those people lying on the ground there. They're probably taking a nice nap.
Yeah. Good place to do it.
Yeah. Get a little bit of nice drizzle as well alongside it.
Huh?
And they have somebody
Look
keeping
who's
watch.
here.
And a group of those
yes.
red eyes.
We're also going to get
Looks like Hugh Moore's
Yuri's
becoming a new
pitching.
client.
His baseball career is going to get some more practice here right now.
Hey, do you think that guy who talks all funny could be the Red Eye's boss?
It sure looks that way from here.
So... Humor and Jaeger. Oh, Humor. Also voiced by, Oh, why is his name slipping my mind right now? I was just talking about it yesterday. What was his voice actor's name again?
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank too. I know he did.
Liam O'Brien. Liam O'Brien. Yeah.
That's what it was.
This is where you start to hear more about more of his work as Humor here, because we barely saw him in Act 1. Basically, we only saw him like the very beginning and like kind of close to the end, but not really. Oh, I think that was an orange. If it was in rock, he would have like knocked him out. I guess he could have found a rock here.
Yuri Loa, what are you doing here?
But yeah, it's nice to see him explore his roles and whatnot throughout the series.
Princess.
You have no right to call yourself a knight. Brute force is not the way to
I
honor
love
the prestige
Estelle's
of
like
the Empire.
objections.
Put down your
Like they're always
weapons
so like proper.
now. You will also
She's
Right.
not
raise
pointing
the
in
people
this
you have
scene
tricked
though.
into coming
Like in
down
previous
here.
cutscenes, she'd be like pointing at Barbos or pointing at all these other people making her statements. That's what this scene was missing.
All of your utopian ramblings make me sick.
Alright, so we're going to be diving a little bit more into the justice themes of this game. What do you think about how they dive through those themes, out of curiosity?
It's you.
Which are you talking battle theme music wise, or
You'll be
just the
all right
themes
now.
of the game itself?
The themes of the narrative itself.
Oh, okay.
Jaeger,
Yeah, the
get
actual
rid of them.
narrative I think in this is just fine because I liked that we finally got, for one, an older protagonist, so it isn't just somebody who's high school
Nothing
age,
personal,
and
you see.
as a result they could
Just
explore
business.
a couple of darker themes, so to speak. And it's not really so much focused on the loss of innocence, so to speak, like what they were doing with, say, Lloyd and Symphonia, but rather you have this jaded anti-hero almost character that's kind of done with the way society has been set up in this world, and by the progression of the plot has to perhaps reevaluate his worldview a bit, which is a nice way to mix it up from the usual happy-go-lucky or paragon of justice kind of characters that you'd see in some of the earlier Tales games.
Yeah, you know what? Because like I was talking about this yesterday, and I was thinking about like how people would have accepted Yuri back in the day. And I think like what you mentioned were like some of the points that I brought up because, as you said, like the usual JRPG protagonists and whatnot that people have been exposed to during the time. I bet Yuri was definitely a breath of fresh air.
Yeah. Because the last game that we got before Vesperia on our side, I think, was Legendia, if I remember correctly. Or
yes.
No, it was Legendia and then Abyss, or was it Abyss and then Legendia? I always get it mixed up.
They were both released around the same time, but I would like to say Legendia came out first and then Abyss came out afterwards, because Luke does use Demon Fist eventually.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we had Abyss, so that protagonist with good old Luke there has his own set of issues, but very much the younger mentality, still trying to find his place in the world sort of thing that they did in a number of titles beforehand. So this, like you're saying, was a nice breath of fresh air to have an older protagonist that has a completely different worldview and approach to the adversity he faces than a lot of the ones that came before him.
Yeah. Alright, so this fight's going very smoothly right now. The only thing that caught me off guard was like Carol used my overlimit to get rid of the third mook, which, well, you know what, Carol? I hope you had your time to shine, but now that we got rid of all three of the mooks, we're gonna get rid of Jaeger right over here. This guy, he hurts pretty badly because he knows how to inflict status ailments randomly, and yeah, it's just, once you're able to keep him cornered, though, he should be fine to deal with, but he does have some tech outs here right there. So, how often have you gone through playthroughs of Vesperia as well?
I want to say I played through it a total of 3 times. Pretty sure I did twice on the original Xbox version, once on the Switch version.
Okay. Yeah, because like when it came to Vesperia, like I only played it maybe like twice back in 2013 when I was preparing for the first marathon, and then afterwards it's like, well, I didn't really have too much of a reason to go back to it because I wanted to explore the other Tales games. So when I revisited Definitive Edition last year, I'm like, okay, let's try to sit down and actually explore a bit more of this battle system here, and I hope I'm doing a little bit better, and I think I'm doing okay-ish compared to last time since then.
And then you can also go for the second stage Mystics too on the second playthrough, so there's that.
Oh right, I completely forgot those were locked in a first playthrough.
Yeah. One thing that I wish they would do, because they always make great cut-ins for the Mystics, but Vesperia still, to my recollection, was the only one that when they gave you the second stage Mystics, they were fully animated for the cut-ins. I wish they would do that.
Right. They kind of...
We can't just let it go.
We gotta catch him.
Oh yeah, because they kind of stopped doing that after Vesperia. I'm trying to remember if I'm misremembering anything. Yeah, all this is just like PNG cut-ins now, which well, I would still be there would still be truth to my statements, but Arise we only have like the CG, not CG, the character models acting as the cut-ins, which is interesting. Have you looked into Tales of Arise out of curiosity?
Yeah, I already pre-purchased it on Steam, so just waiting for that to actually release to get started on it. But I only really watched some of the opening trailers because I didn't want to spoil myself on too much. So even though there's combo videos out and stuff and people playing around with the demo, I haven't touched any of that yet.
Yeah, I hear you, because like I want to keep myself as spoiler-free as possible, quote unquote.
Yes, Jaeger.
Yeah, because just experiencing a new Tales game from start to finish without knowing too much is an experience in itself.
I think we better be making the escape, yeah?
What is this?
It's smoke. You've seen it before. Oh no, you weren't at Data and Hold when those monsters were around.
We'll get you next time.
We'll get you next time, and your little dog too.
If we don't follow them,
You'll pay for this, Captain Planet.
Oh jeez, starring Don Cheadle. Never forget.
I don't know whose job is what. Are we following them or not?
Oh man, that video in itself.
Captain Planet.
Best version, best superhero role that Don Cheadle's ever done. still
yeah.
hold true to it.
Easily.
Yuri, can you get up?
Oh,
Yes.
Flynn. You know what? I never noticed that, like, in New Game Plus, it was pointed out to me last night where, like,
Sorry, but it
Flynn's
looks like something's
Flynn's
come up.
costume
You'll have to
here
head back
does
by
not
yourself.
change if it's in New Game Plus.
Say hi to the
He's
wife
supposed to
and
be in his
kid for me.
captain garb right now, and he's not.
I will.
He's not wearing it. I won't be able to
Thank you.
change his costume until, like, maybe by the end of
So we
today.
are going after
Right.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm
That
sure.
was always
Flynn
one
has
of the best
things under
parts about
control
doing
here.
repeat playthroughs with Abyss and
Sound
setting
like
up
Joe?
Ash to be in the Abyss Silver outfit.
Yeah.
Oh!
Sorry.
I thought you were gonna bring up Luke with the
Jeez, we're going
costumes
after them,
where
right?
his hair is
So
shorter,
let's get going.
and then like in the
Oh.
beginning of the game, like, oh, I don't know if you know this, because like
Oh, right.
in the beginning
Yeah,
of the
I
game,
do.
oh, you do, okay, good, because like basically for those who don't know, when Luke has a costume where his hair is shorter in the beginning, then some people will comment on it during the
We have to
cutscenes.
leave.
It's
This
certainly
journey is far
amusing.
too dangerous for.
Yeah, with Guy, when you first beginning of the game, he says something to the effect of, "Oh, you seem to have changed your hair," and I think Luke says, "Oh, it's an expensive wig." And Guy says, "Oh, so you bought a rug, I see," or something along those lines.
And he's like, "It's a wig! It's a wig, damn it!" Oh man.
But then when he cuts his hair and tears with him, and she says something like, "I was really surprised when you took off your wig and then cut your hair."
Yeah, I forgot about that too. Oh my gosh. I haven't played through Abyss for a long time, so I'm kind of like, man, there's so many things I forgot, but those were the things that were like, whoa. That's a nice attention to detail stuff, basically, when it comes to these games. Speaking of bringing back our party members,
There's no sign of them.
we
Looks
need to
like they
complete the
ended
rest
up
of our
getting
group.
away.
Come on. I said my cue a little bit
Where are we
earlier,
anyway?
but you gotta come in on cue, buddy.
a forest in central Tolbikia.
Oh well. In any
Well,
case,
Torum Harbor is
we are going to be getting to the next dungeon. Like, once again, I did bring this as a premonition yesterday. Like, when it comes to the
What? But
boss
what about
battles from here
Choi?
on
Do we
forward,
just
it's
let
going to
him
be a
go?
little bit on the easier side. I know I tried to build up Jaeger a
the
little
purpose
bit
of your
with
journey
regards
was
to
to find
his
Phaeroh.
difficulty, but I think a lot of it was just changing my
Well,
battle
I-
composition, and his mooks were the huge
I
issue
wasn't aware
there.
brave Vesperia was formed to
Y'all
follow
did get to
your
see
random whims.
how Fatal Strikes were
I'm sorry.
were very useful
never my
for that fight, because
intention.
I really do like Fatal Strikes
she's
because
just
they
telling
do
you to
get rid of the
relax.
mooks right away. So it's a good thing to have,
Flynn's on the
basically.
scene, right? You can be sure
Yeah,
he'll
if
take
you
care of
plan
things.
ahead, you can build into it so everyone uses the same direction
Hey, Phaeroh,
arts to
brave
trigger those
Vesperia,
faster, which is a
start
nice touch.
explaining.
Yeah.
Just about to ask the same questions
I
myself.
think the
There
main
you
thing
are.
that made Jaeger a bit easier is having Judith on the team. She was keeping him in the air, so you had more
What's
airtime
wrong,
and juggling
Miss
to
Genius
prevent him
Mage?
from
Forget me
retaliating as
already.
much.
It's me.
Pretty
Raven the
much,
Great.
yeah. I do want to play as Judith eventually, but
Who the
unfortunately,
hell do
I
you-
think like in other times when I did try to play as Judith to get rid of
I
the
told you,
mooks,
Raven the
unfortunately,
Great.
the rest of my party member wasn't really handling themselves
Man.
too well.
You're a scary little kid. You know that?
Yeah,
yeah.
until you get them all set up to be self-sufficient, it can be
So,
tough.
What are you up to?
Pretty much.
With all the stuff you've been doing, poor Raven got sent all the
All
way
right,
out
now
here to keep an
we
eye on you.
we recollected all of our party
Why would they
members
do
again,
that?
so the gang's back together, except for the one who is a
First
captain
things
but is
first.
still dressed in
Let's go
lieutenant
find
garb.
an inn at Torum Harbor. I'll tell you everything there.
It
Raven's
looks so much
pretty
better when he
hungry,
gets
see?
that outfit upgrade.
He really does, and
suppose
I
there's
guess
no
I never
point
really
hanging around
noticed
here.
when I did my previous playthroughs that
Harbor's a
he
good
still looked the
first
same.
step.
I really should have changed his
Torum Harbor,
outfit
then.
before I let him go. Flynn. I guess you'll forever be a
Yes,
lieutenant
of
for a while now.
course. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be selfish.
Yeah, Judith is interesting to
Okay,
pick
let's
up, to be
go.
honest, because I think we made this comment yesterday where it's like, when it comes to Judith, you really have to unlock her skills to get her aerial game really good. I want to say, like, Emil also has a very fun air game, too, in Dawn of the New World, but...
This was a lot easier to get a handle on, though.
Yeah, and I think, well, yeah, it's much more easily accessible because of the skills that they give you more easier in that game than this one.
And I think gravity in that game in general was more floaty, so it made it easier to combo. But I imagine that was because they set Emil up as the protagonist. They wanted to build into his fighting style more. Whereas Judith is a side character, so they didn't try to optimize her stuff. So you had to put more work in order to actually keep air combos going.
Main character status, but yeah, eventually they do give Judith like all the tools that she needs, but it requires multiple replays essentially at that point.
Right.
Let's see here. Apple gels, orange gels. We're also going to be encountering one of my favorite characters to play as in terms of gameplay in the next dungeon very shortly. Very much looking forward to playing as that particular character. Oh man.
Random Chance, the character.
Yes, basically. Random Chance character. It's just so much fun to play as her.
Yeah.
So much fun. All
That was
right.
one of the minor things about playing Colette that made her fun was that 1 in 50 shot of having poison hammers and other stuff like that. And the rest of being a Random Chance set up on Judgment.
Yeah. I think like one of my favorite things that I did before with Symphonia was like constantly spamming Holy Song, and you see like the target screen like underneath. And basically with the target screen, it's like when that disappears, it's like you're gonna wreak havoc. Because that's when you know it's the Mystic Art.
I love that in game it's basically a result of her messing up the incantation, and just because everything that she messes up always immediately turns out for the best, she just invents a Mystic Art off of it.
Yeah.
So even
Colette.
the Union can't sit still when it knows
I still
the
remember
princess
like
of the Empire
when
is out on the loose.
like I used to watch those like super play
And the guy
videos
knows
back in
that
the
I'm
day, like on a
candidate for the
website,
Imperial throne,
and
too.
there's a one video where it's like it's a level 6 Colette against Ambition,
That's
and
what
all
I
it was
told you
just
to
like
keep an eye on.
toss hammer and constantly dodging. Just
Right.
wait until the
Over the
poison is.
meteors.
Yeah, yeah, you saw that video too. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man.
What? Is it just me?
Anyway, here I finally
Yeah,
catch
well,
up with you, and I wind up sticking my foot in that mess bag.
Here's our reasoning why Raven joined
It
us,
hasn't been
because
easy
the
for
Union
old
wants to
Raven.
keep tabs on the princess,
But
and
why
now
worry so much about
our
herself?
team is reunited.
It's only natural considering the state of things between the Empire and the Union.
Fixing the PS2
Each
version?
side is
Yeah,
trying to figure
yeah,
the
I
other
know.
out.
That's
The
why
Dawn just wants to keep
the
track of
PS2
their
version.
movements.
I haven't played the PS2 version, which is the PS3
So,
version
you're
for
all
like
planning on looking for this
7
Phaeroh by
years.
going to the
So
sands of
I
Kogor.
do want to replay it eventually because I
Yes.
like playing all the extra skills and whatnot
Do you know what sort of place a
that were
desert
added.
is?
Though playing it at 30 frames does get a little bit rough sometimes.
Well, it's
Right.
hot and dry, and they've got a
Never
lot of
understand why
sand
that's
there.
the one thing that they weren't able to carry over with the port.
That's putting it lightly. It's not as easy as all that.
It was. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday, basically because
plan is to get to
the
the area
GameCube
together
version,
first.
it at the time of its release,
And then,
was the much stronger system compared to the PS2.
then I guess we'll go around and
And
ask
the
where
GameCube
Phaeroh
version
is.
has the game adventure in like
I don't
2
even know where to
discs.
begin commenting on
So
that plan.
they put it
So it's
they
not
put
just
that
that you don't
2-disc
wanna go back to
adventure
the
into a
castle
single
anymore,
disc on the
right?
PS2. And the
That's
PS2
contain
is
all of it.
Well,
yeah, basically.
It'd be easier on old Raven if you did,
Yeah,
though.
it's just sad that
I'm
when they
just
came
saying.
out with the later versions,
No,
so the
I'm sorry,
Unison
but I have to
pack
know
or
the
the
truth
Steam
behind
version
Phaeroh's
and all
words.
that they didn't go and do another pass to kind of optimize that a little
Well,
bit more.
The Desier continent actually
Yeah,
suits me just
it was
fine.
pretty much like they used the same thing that they used with the PS3. So it's like
why is that?
they just took whatever's in the PS2 and just went forward with it. Because I
I've
don't
gotta
know
go
what
to
happened, but I guess they
North
might
for
have
another errand I'm running
lost
for the
something
Don.
with the GameCube's code and whatnot.
Have to
So
deliver
they just
a
stuck
letter
with
to
PS2.
Bellius.
That's my speculation.
Whoa,
Right.
that's
At
pretty
least.
important.
That's the
Kind
boss
of like
the
when you try to
Colosseum
play,
and ruler of
little
Nord
off topic,
Polica,
but
isn't
the
it?
the
Typically
ported
speaking,
versions of,
he's
say,
called the
Ocarina of
Duce.
Time or Majora's Mask, the games themselves have to run on an inset emulator for the
Do you know
N64 on
what's
future
written in the
systems, so they can
Oh.
actually play it on the existing system.
It's got something to do with those monsters.
Oh, I
that
guess that
attack
makes sense. Yeah,
Dangras.
because like the I think like
particular
people
about that Phaeroh chap you all are following.
people praise the 3DS ports a bit more, but unless you grew up with the N64, I think you might like that a bit better. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know too much about Zelda, so.
It just became worth our while to pay this Bellius a visit too.
Yeah, just for sake of comparison, I imagine it's something similar.
So if you don't mind, Raven here will just tag
Yeah,
along
pretty
with you.
much, because you know, when it comes to us as consumers, as gamers, there's a lot of stuff like behind the scenes for game dev that are much more complicated than it seems on the surface.
It's not like I can join in your guild,
like,
you know?
we can speculate a lot, but at the end of the day, it's like,
Why can't you join Brave Vesperia?
well, if it just ends up not
against the rules for anybody to be in two
working
guilds at the
for
same
something that
time.
we don't understand, then that's just
And
how
I
it is
guess
at the end of the day.
technically speaking, you
Unless
are a
we're
member of
game
all
devs
tasks.
ourselves, but that's a different story altogether.
What do you mean, technically?
The other reason I'll still play the GameCube
So are
version
we
of
done?
Symphonia is because they
I'm gonna
made
go
it a
get
lot
some
harder to
rest
spell cancel in the later versions. And
Oh yeah, you had to grind it out. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes, 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 yes.
I just cast First Aid 999 times.
Does this mean we're on our own until we leave tomorrow?
I think it was like a case in a point where you want to play the original at
We'll
that
be done
point.
tomorrow.
Usually be the other way around, because I think it's like in Graces on the Wii, you had to grind out arts to like $9.99 to get like more unlocks, but you didn't have to do that in Graces F. So it's like reverse Symphonia. I think now we gotta talk to everybody. Okay, hi Carol. So if you're wondering how like this game adds more to its length, like I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I talked about it yesterday. Basically, they voiced all these like extra talk to everybody scenes, saying you're gonna be seeing it a lot in Act 2 compared to Act 1. I don't think you saw it at all in Act 1 now that I think about it.
This boss thing
Yeah.
seems a little over the top.
I
It
had to
makes me
think
feel
back, but
silly
that
to have
sounds
you
right.
calling me that.
Don't you think you'll get used to it?
So we were talking about Grant
maybe.
George yesterday too. The replacement
know
voice
way
actor
more
for
about
Yuri. What do you
guilds
think
than I do,
about
right?
his work in this?
I
I
guess.
think he was
The boss
stuck
of
in
the
a
guild
bad
has to
situation
stand as a
because
role
his
model for
voice
everyone
work
else.
isn't bad,
I wonder
but
if I
no
can be
matter
that
how
creative a
good you
person.
are as an individual actor, everyone's going to be
Come on, it's not like you
expecting the
expected to be
original.
the best boss
So
ever from the very
it was
beginning.
fine as far
We can
as
take it a
a
little at a
a
time.
way to meet
For
halfway,
now, our guild has a
but
job to complete.
I don't know why they ended
You're
up going
right.
in that
First,
direction
we
if
need
they
to
were
take
able to
a
reach
stab
out
at
and get the
Phaeroh.
original actors for the rest of the cast,
But
why
do
they
you
ended
think
up
we'll be able to
skipping
meet
for
him?
Yuri. Exactly.
Our guild's job is to figure out a way to meet him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at that point, just basically, it's unfortunate
If we
that
can't
Grant
meet him,
George was
we
in
won't get
that
our
scenario
reward, and
altogether.
people will
Like,
lose
in terms of like
confidence in our
the
abilities.
fandom's reaction to him,
Right.
he
That's all
did a
there is
fine
to it.
job, basically.
Exactly.
But everybody is just
think we may
quick
have picked
to
something a little
react
too tough
and
for our
compare.
first job.
So that's how it ends up being at the end of the day.
It's more of a challenge that
Right.
way. And our
Because at
reward will
that
be that
point,
much
I mean,
bigger,
you might
too.
as well. I mean, I know it's more
Let's make the
expensive,
best
but
of
for the
it.
sake of consistency, have them just redo the whole set, so that way it's a singular voice throughout the game. I think what people mainly complain about is the fact that it flip-flops every time you use a new art or you see a new scene that wasn't originally voiced. It feels jarring.
Yeah, no, definitely. But the thing is that we were talking about that yesterday as well. But I think like the one concern that came to mind was like, oh no, it might have a bigger reaction that Troy Baker isn't in the game at all.
Yeah. Not a great situation. Short of being able to get him specifically for all the new stuff, you're not going to have a perfect solution.
Yeah. Like, I think this might have been the best compromise, but I'm on your boat too. Like, I wish all the lines would have been redubbed with Grant George, so it wouldn't have had that whole immersion thing a little bit ruined. Ruined is a bit of a strong term, but you know, distracting.
Yeah.
But
I can't believe we have to travel
yeah,
with
it's
you.
just I think those who grew up with Vesperia
What,
would probably
boy,
be
happy?
even more up in arms if it was all redubbed.
Well, I'm not
Right.
exactly jumping for joy.
I'm surprised they did that in Abyss and Symphonia, then they gave up on it in Vesperia. The grinding, the art grinding.
It was only because you had to.
You know what? I'd rather they don't do it. Okay, hold on. They can do it?
Some people just don't
Well, I
know
mean,
when to give
technically, you
up.
could kind of do it in like or we're talking about spell canceling. Now that I think
I'm
about
not
it.
about to make a list of all your offenses.
Right. spellcasting is still definitely a
Saying
thing
that I'd rather not have
without
Yeah,
usage
it's-
and
was
whatnot.
already more than enough.
It's certainly... I don't know if it was ever really intended as a mechanic, given the way they reacted with ports and such. I would say probably not, but
I behaved myself at Cave
it's
Lock and
certainly a
Gasperos,
nice
didn't I?
thing to play around with when you're going through your third and
that sure
fourth
would be
playthroughs
nice.
and trying to make the gameplay more engaging
What
if you've
should
already
worry you
mastered
more
how
is
it
whether
works
or not
normally,
these old
so to
bones will be
speak.
able to keep up with you youngins for much longer.
You plan on sticking with us until
I
the
want to
spell
say,
goes
like,
back to the
because they
castle?
add, like, the usage for $9.99, I think it might have been
The
intended,
Don ordered me to keep an eye on the girl.
if that kind of makes
I
sense.
ain't
Yeah.
got much choice in the matter.
I like that with
Sounds
the
like a tough
Destiny
job.
Director's Cut, Vesperia, a handful of the other ones,
if I
they do
could
have
hand
the
her
art
over the
grinding and that
Imperial
the
Knights
arts become
someday.
enhanced in their efficacy the more
I can
uses
see
you got
in
on
your
them.
eyes, old man. You're
So
thinking
that feels a
bad
bit more
thoughts again.
rewarding than just go straight to 999 so you can do a cool thing with it.
Well, it's really too bad you're gonna be traveling with
Yeah,
us.
I can see that.
But
I
might as well
I
make
think
the
I'd rather
best
have
of
it like unlocked altogether from the start, but
What do
maybe
you
it might
mean,
just be
really
like
too bad.
it removes the joy of actually
whatever.
discovering things and whatnot.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Raven
like a great
Gray's going
example
back to
is
the
good old
inn.
Rita's
Later,
Fireball,
boy.
just being able to rip out a ton of them the more you use it.
Yeah.
But if they didn't want to lock it to usage, then that could easily be a passive that you would get from one of her gear that you could throw on or something.
All right. So as we're going through the catch-ups with everybody here, I think now's a good time to drop the question. So for those who are watching for the first time, make sure to follow the instructions on bit.ly/TOMS3 giveaway to make sure that your entry is considered valid. There were some entries that I got yesterday where some information was missing, which invalidated the entry. So please, please, please make sure to follow the instructions as listed on the homepage. So the question that we have is right here.
Could be worse.
Who were our options to distract the Hellier Guard? Your time starts now. Follow the URL on the
If you were
stream.
Empress, one word from you and the entire empire would run off to do your bidding.
And once again, the prize pack involves Tales of Arise Collector's Edition, Tales of Aselia PS3 Limited Edition, Tales of Aselia PS3 System Limited Edition, Tales of Aselia Collector's Edition North American, Tales of Symphonia Chronicles Collector's Edition, and I think I got it all. Oh, Tales of Vesperia Collector's Edition as well. Yes, that I hope I didn't miss anything. Yes, that's the prize pack for the giveaway.
Sounds right.
Phaeroh's
I had to
one
pull
of
the
those
page
things.
back up.
Yeah.
It scares me to think about it, but
How's it going,
I have
Omega?
to know who I am. I have to know what he meant by saying
Oh,
I was
Estelle.
the insipid poison of this world.
That line, how she delivers, is just like,
you made up your mind.
what he means by me being the insipid
Yuri?
poison. I'm not as, like, I mentioned this yesterday, I'm not as harsh as Estelle, like, when I first played
I
this
might
game
end
8
up
years
trying to
ago,
order
so I
you
kind of
guys
understand where
around
she's coming
again.
from. So, but I remember making fun
Next
of that
time we
line
do
so
that,
much,
yell
so
at me,
much
would
back
ya?
then.
Yeah, as far as the
Sure.
sheltered noble
It's not the
archetype
sort of
goes, she's a
personality
lot
trait
easier to
that's
deal
easy to
with
fix
than
by
early
yourself.
game Luke.
Oh, not a fan of
Well,
Luke.
there's another guy who's also a
Not
tough
so
nut
much
to
in the early
crack,
game. I do
so think
like
we'll let him be
just
the one we
how
vent our
oblivious he
frustration
is,
on.
just because it sets up for some pretty good interactions with the rest of the cast.
I'll see
But I
you.
sometimes just imagine, okay, if I had to deal with this guy personally, I'm not sure how well I'd handle it.
I think that's what I hear a lot from a lot of people too when they talk about Luke, at least in the Western side of things. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, do you know how like the Japanese side
Are you
feels
going
about
to look for that Kimura guy by
long-haired
any
Luke?
chance?
I haven't looked into
Just
that,
going on
no.
a walk.
Yeah, because
were
like
you?
it's like the opposite. They like long-haired Luke and don't
Just
like
out for a
short-haired
walk
Luke.
like you.
What
Yeah,
you do to a
I never
sniper
really
hasn't been
loved
gnawing
either
at
of
you,
them,
has it?
but I thought he was
What I
fine as a
said earlier.
protagonist and served a good
Didn't you say
role
some
for
pretty
telling a
harsh things
compelling
to
story.
Estelle?
Okay.
Oh, right. Sorry to hit you with a punch like that.
I mean, he served it fine. I wish I could
What?
give more of an opinion about
Didn't
Abyss
give it a
because it's
punch
been
on
like
anything.
7 years ago since I
Yeah.
played the game, so my memories aren't as fresh as I would like it to be, and also it was the marathon that made me super nitpicky about the third act. I did not like that game's third act at all.
Yeah, it had its moments, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
No,
If only the skits in Abyss were voiced, yeah, it would have been nice.
Just need to play the Japanese version.
You don't believe me?
There you go. There you go. Or maybe when Abyss comes out, we might have it like... If Abyss got re-released...
No, not
The last one was a 3DS.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if they included
What
the
about
Japanese
you?
voices in that one,
Aren't
but
you
I
going out to
don't
look
recall
for
them
him?
doing that.
They didn't, and I don't think they would have been able to fit it in a 3DS cartridge either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like hard enough to get like the English voice in there in the first place too, because some of the filters didn't make it all the way from PS2. I noticed when I played through that version.
What a shame.
Yeah, and then they had to cut multiplayer, of course. So there's that too.
Yeah. It was such an early 3DS title, because oftentimes I forget that game came out in 2011. Or no, early 2012. Late, somewhere around there, yeah.
Sounds about right.
I just can't let him loose. Men of his kind will never learn.
If you wrote
We'll always
one
repeat
name,
the same
you wrote
thing forever.
one name wrong, it still counts.
I'll
I'm
have
not
to
a
do
machine.
something.
I will look at
I'd
your
like to
entry
know how
and
informed
I'll
deal
confirm
for this
whether
kind of
it's
purpose.
okay or not. If we joined yesterday, yeah, if you joined yesterday, use your Twitch username.
He will get what he deserves.
Yeah, like if the Abyss, if Abyss was remade again though, like it would be, did I miss Rita? Oh no, she's in the other room. Right, I saved her for last. Okay, yeah, if this one, oh wait, no, she's in the room. Oh, I went to the wrong room. The other room where she's close to Estelle. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's the one thing. I think this one is the most, egregious. Everybody is all over the place, whereas like in other Let's Talk to No, actually the castle is just we'll get to the castle tomorrow probably. Or later today, actually. Tomorrow probably.
So.
But yeah, this one is kind of up there a bit.
Insipid poison or something?
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
while
I
this
heard.
was a bit obnoxious, it
After
was
something like
never
that, I
as
guess you
bad
can't
as
just tell her to
Legendia got
forget
when they
about
would
the
split
whole
you
thing.
off and have to talk to everybody.
Oh no! I forgot about those. Oh no!
Yeah, I'm worried that might happen.
It was 7 years for
What are you
Abyss.
talking
It's
about?
8 years for
That's what
Legendia.
is
That's the
happening.
oldest for me now. I can't like, and I like that game's narrative too, but I didn't realize it was I forgot that was a big thing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Every time you cleared a
said I
dungeon,
should
you'd
take
come
her
back to the
castle.
legacy, and okay, now we get to do this again.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh no.
It was her decision.
All right. Well,
Have to
thank
let
you
her
for the
figure
heads
out
up for
what
when
she
I
should
eventually
really
get
do.
back to the game. I'm noticing some people in
Realize it might
the
be blows
someone
with
mentioned
this
the link
Phaeroh
wasn't
guy,
working.
right?
Is anybody else having any issues with the link? Because I think some of you
She won't
guys
get to figure out anything
put
at
in the
all if
link,
she
right?
dies.
She's not gonna die. That's why.
Oh
I'm
no,
with
I'm not
her.
finishing on Back 2 today, everybody. Part of it's because like all these everybody talking to scenes have been voiced, all of them. So we're gonna be hearing them all, and honestly, I feel like the end of Act 2 will start around will happen like at the beginning of the day, basically. Sister of Peace, if you're having trouble with the link still, please let me know and I will post the
should we
link in
do
the
about
chat.
Rita?
Or if somebody else wants to beat me to the punch, then that would be very much appreciated
That one
too.
has her own matters to attend to.
That sounds about right.
So, first to the harbor and then find a
Well,
boat?
you know what? When I play through Legendia, it's not going to be as egregious for me because I'm not doing a Legendia for a marathon. So it's more like my own casual playthrough. So I'm not going to be like pointing it out. I don't mind the scenes too much personally. It's just more like
Wasn't there something you had to
if
go
I was
do?
doing something like this, then I'd have a different opinion.
You were going to investigate the aircraft,
Yeah, that
weren't
and
you?
the second half of the game having minimal voice acting makes it feel a little bit more of a slog compared to the first half.
Yeah. I heard it was like an oversight from the localization team, because like I think like the scenes are voiced in Japanese. It's just that maybe they just thought it was like some kind of like side content that they didn't feel was a priority. But I guess after the game was released, I only heard this. I can't confirm where the source was, but that's what I heard at least.
Kind of makes sense since they in-game list them as the character quests, which makes it sound like optional side content, but it's actually the second half of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's crazy though, because like that second half is like an additional 30 hours, so it's like normally a Tales of I say 30, but add an additional 10, 40 hours for like a casual playthrough and whatnot. And I think like maybe they thought, oh, it's 40 hours for this game, and gets this other 40 hours is just optional. As you said, yeah.
To the harbor then.
All right, I'm gonna help out Sister here. There you go. Hopefully that helps you to get to the giveaway there. Oh, it's working now? Okay. Just as I posted it. I heard they didn't voice Escape Symphonia because Nintendo gave them a deadline to it. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Nintendo generally had to get around to that. I'm not surprised, to be honest.
Because that's a considerable amount of reading for the entire cast if they need to get that all recorded, cleaned up, synced with the different timings, because English is a very different language. Yeah, it's no small amount of work to do all that.
Yeah, and there's like 300 of those in Symphonia, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So you can watch all of them in Cat's Village, and I think it was 3-something. That sounds right.
Well, I wish I could say it was going better.
I can imagine. That Heracles monstrosity kind of made the Union really not like the Empire.
Yes.
Yeah, we're learning more about the politics about Yoder and the Council versus Estelle and the Empire, which I mentioned this yesterday. I didn't particularly pick up on it too much, because it even at the end, like, it ultimately amounted to nothing. But
right, they played it up, and it sounded interesting, but it seemed like it kind of just resolved itself by the time you get to Act 3.
You didn't know about that thing?
I think it even like fizzled out like the moment the big reveal happened, like in Act 2. Like it's like, oh, all right, well, let's just throw it out there. But I guess it's more so to emphasize the political stress between in the universe, I suppose.
Well, then it's easy. Just become emperor.
Yeah, just world building. Try to make it feel a little bit more alive.
Becoming emperor isn't as simple as that.
Why not?
To ascend to the throne, one must possess the imperial treasure.
Oh, that sounds familiar. Wasn't it the guy to the right? Oh, Denomos.
10 years ago.
Yeah, Rigo's the one who mentioned it. That's all.
And that's why Rigo wanted to get his hands on Denomos.
Wait, how did you know that,
What was
Yuri?
that, Yuri?
Oh, say the line, say the line.
Forget it, it's nothing.
There it is. You know what? That's what we always need whenever you play a Tales of game. Get a count every time you hear it's nothing, or the Japanese equivalent, nanda monai. Like, you hear it everywhere in the series. It didn't happen too much in the first act, but now that we're getting into some more, we're digging deep into the nerve right now. Be prepared to hear a lot of nanda monais. The classic line, it's nothing.
Oh, well, if you say so, I guess I won't press that topic anymore.
Hey, that reminds me, because like I was going through some Destiny PS1 scenes, and there was one cutscene where Rudy said it's nothing, and then Stan straight up next line, oh come on, it's not nothing. It's like, there it is, there it is. We need more of that. Where is that? The amount of
secret spice we're missing the whole time.
The amount of times, like, a lot of Tales games throw that line out and they get away with it. It's like, I get it. It's fine. At the end of the day, I'm just poking fun at it. It's just amusing. That's all.
Yes, Madam
It
President.
really messes me up that Bryce Papenbrook voices Yoder, since years later he'd go on to voice it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that happens with a lot of Tales Pro tags in the past too.
Yeah,
I mean, I say this, but I'm trying to find which characters. Tales of the Abyss, the second, no, the third English dub we got. It was like when we got like
I wouldn't say I know.
Sam Riegel. Why are these names escaping me this morning? Yeah, Sam Riegel as every generic knight in that game. And he was a Reed in the cameo battle. And eventually, he started his own game like 5 years after with Jude. 7 years.
And
no,
he's Flynn
8
here
years.
too.
Yeah, he's Flynn.
I just got an idea.
What's up, Carol?
It's cool that they brought
You get a boat for us to take
Sam Riegel
across the
back,
desert.
not just for this game, but also for like Tales of Vesperia, if you remember that one.
Yeah. I'm not as in tune with the voice actors on that one. No, it was what? Amber Connor did Lofficet, but that's the only one I remember by name.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
know the other one like that was Johnny Young Bosch was, of course, Guy in Abyss, and then went on to become Emil in Symphonia 2.
Huh. I guess
Yeah.
those wanted posters really do
And I
work.
think like, you know what? Actually, in Vesperia, I felt like I heard Johnny Young Bosch voice a very random NPC. Does anybody remember that? Like,
I like a man
I
who
played that
can
one
cut
in
to the
Japanese,
chase.
which is why I don't remember those ones so much.
As you may have heard,
okay.
schools
All right,
of
Lazy
mermen
Samurai
often
knows.
attend
Okay, so
cargo
I'm not
ships at this
crazy.
time of
I
year.
knew I heard JYB one moment. Or if it's not, then I would love to. Then maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn it was him.
It seems the leader of the mercenary
Samurai
guild
knows
I
what's
hired
up.
passed away suddenly, so
He knows
they
my
aren't
intuitions.
available. The other Guardian Guild simply has no backbone. I don't know what to do.
So what do you usually have a preference for, like Japanese dub or English
What's the name
dub?
of that Guardian Guild you mentioned?
It's basically case by case. I'll listen to the trailers on both sides and determine
Gee, I wonder what
what
could
I
have
want
happened
to
to
play,
them.
typically off of how the
Almost
protagonist
guilty as
sounds.
I am.
So with Berseria,
disappoint you, but
I felt
we're in the middle
that
of something
the
right
Japanese
now,
voice
so
actor for
see you
Velvet
around.
put a bit more emotion into her arts, and that's kind of what sold me on her voice. And
Oh,
that's
okay.
why I went for that dub for that one.
Did you say boat?
I see.
We've made a guild of our own.
I guess I never really considered too much playing the games in Japanese because I kind of like
That's a wonderful name.
listening
Well then,
and
shall
watching
we
the
talk
character
business?
models as opposed to reading, but I guess that's just me. But
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from.
Mutual gain is one of the
And then
basics of all
sometimes,
business, you know.
because
You
I'm
scratch my
still
back, I'll
trying to
scratch
learn
yours.
Japanese casually, so to
Sorry,
speak,
but
I'll
like I
try to
said,
pick
we're in
up
the middle of a job.
that I hear in
We can't take on
conversation,
anything else right
so
now.
I can just kind of learn them
We
by
won't call it
seeing the
business then.
translation
Let's just
play
say
out
we'll
while they
cooperate
have the
as two
Japanese voices
guilds
from time to
helping each
time.
other out.
Do the same thing when I'm
That
watching
way we
subbed
won't be
anime
going
and that
against
sort of
any
thing.
guild principles.
Right.
There are various
Yeah.
incentives.
Ah
for
man, I
getting
tried to pick up
along with
Japanese
me, you
before and
know.
I couldn't quite grasp it at the end of the day, so I kind of just like gave up on learning languages because languages
All right,
are.
we can talk, but
I
we need to go
I
to
went
an
into this
apology.
yesterday, but basically
Can't afford
languages
any
are
detours.
very
Fine
much a
with
time
me.
commitment to
The
learn.
mermen are only
Oh,
a
yeah.
problem in the waters near here. As long as I get to another port, I'm good.
Yeah, Guy was voiced by Johnny Young Bosch.
Once we
that's
arrive,
his
I won't
first
have any
breakout
trouble making
into
arrangements with another ship.
into
Tales
Tales.
series.
Oh well,
Yeah.
actually, technically no, he did Crest in Tales of Fantasia OVA. He
Okay.
Oh, well, actually, they were both released around the same
do we
time
have a
because
deal?
Tales of Fantasia OVA came out 3 months
this
after
sinking
the
feeling
Abyss
we just got tricked
localization.
into
So
something.
they're around the
Okay.
same field, but I think that's something people generally
Merchant's
forget
Market
about.
isn't known as the best
I
good
forgot
sale.
about
Yeah.
it until we just talked about it now.
This isn't so bad.
The guy spelled
Uh,
the first
Have a way to
game
cross over
he
to
was in.
Desier.
yeah, definitely first game.
I'll even throw in a bonus for all of you.
And then, he was Emil in
Bonus? What do you
Dawn, and I don't think he was around since
If we
then.
arrive safely in Nordopolica,
Like,
I'll give you the boat we
there
used
used to be
get
the
in.
joke.
Oh, well.
Yeah. There used to be a joke where it's like, oh, people are like poking fun. Oh, the next Tales game is gonna have a Johnny Young Bosch, but no, he only ended up just being in like 2 or 3 roles, really.
So
So,
these mermen must be pretty tough customers
I
if
think
you're willing to
the
fund
actor
the
who's
boat.
more appropriate for that joke is like Sam Riegel. It's not that it's a bad thing; it's just amusing.
Yeah.
Because he's
Sam
been
Riegel
around.
just does the lawful
Figures
good
much.
sort of character very well, so it fits if they're going to have
Marvelous. We
that
have a
sort of party
contract
member in there.
Yeah.
Now that we've settled
Tales
the
of Sam
details,
Riegel.
I'd like you to get
Thank
to
you,
work
thank
right
you,
away.
Eclipse.
Just let me know when you've made your preparations.
Yeah, and David Vincent with Richard as well on Grazes, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, he was.
Okay. I saw those cutscenes recently, and I thought like he did a good job like embodying the whole conflict between like his work was like Richard and
Lambda.
Yeah, Lambda, yeah. And you could hear like, oh, is this Lambda or is it Richard? And I'm like, oh, it must have been really fun to play as an actor.
She'll be your
Yeah.
ship as soon as you've
I like that if you
escorted her to
look
North
closely enough at Richard's character model, you can see that he
And this
has
man
the
is
heterochromia
Tokunaga,
that
Gold
Yes.
Song,
as
Maritime
well
Guild
develops
affiliated
later
with
on.
Fortune's Market.
Yes.
So it's still there, it's just much more subtle.
Oh yeah,
Very
yeah.
nice to meet you.
Like a friend of mine pointed it out to me like
He's
recently,
only
and
on
I
board
looked
for
at him
this
like,
voyage,
oh my
so
gosh,
next
you are
time be sure to
totally
hire
right.
your own
Holy
pilot.
smokes.
We're not in a hurry.
And
but these
Keith
are important
Silverstein with
negotiations,
Keith
so
Silverstein
I
really sold
appreciate
Lambda
your help.
really well. I liked his work as Lambda too.
What is the ship's
Yeah.
cargo?
Oh my gosh. I only
That's
watched my friend
confidential
play it, but
information.
I do plan on playing that game and revisiting it myself
It's
someday.
nothing we should be worried about, is it?
And that one is one of the ones I actually have in English and Japanese
All right.
because I
Head
wasn't
towards
convinced they were
Nordopolica.
going to localize it
Go
at
directly
first because
southwest from
they
Torum Harbor, and
basically
you'll
let
see
it go
the desert
silent on
continent.
the Wii release, and we
Nordopolica
never
is
ended
at
up
the
seeing it.
eastern
So when they
edge.
came out with the PS3 version later, and I
hope you
didn't
won't
think they were
mind
going
if
to
I
give it
go over
over
the
to us, I
PRTS
just
controls
ended
for
up
you.
importing that version.
Yeah.
You can only
Uh,
disembark from the
there was
ship
also
when you
things that
see
we
a
brought
dock,
up too,
a
because
port,
like
or a
yesterday, we're talking about how there was
You won't be able to get onto
there was a
land
lull
where there are
period for the
cliffs.
Tales series outside of Japan. Like from
Of course,
after
the
Dawn
ship
of the
can't
New
pass
World,
over
we
rocks,
really had no
but
Tales
you'll
games.
also
So
have to
that's
keep her out of
that's
the
very
shallows around
understandable
islands.
why you went out
Yeah.
your way to get that.
You might be able to take her into
Well,
some
that's
rivers
one of the
if
ones
they're
I
deep
can
enough.
do a decent comparison as far
However,
as
if
at
there's
least
a
my
bridge
preferences
spanning the
anyway
river,
between
you
the
won't be
English
able
and
to take her
Japanese
under.
casts
We
because
wouldn't
I've
wanna clip
had
off
the
our
occasion to
mast.
play through the whole thing on both.
And that's about it.
Which one would you? Sorry, I was just going through the cutscene, and then it's like, this is how you use the boat. Show the tutorial screen, skip it, and that's how you do it. But
Not like the boat controls change that much from game to game.
pretty much. They only have to do it for those who are playing it for the their first Tales game, which is pretty much like a lot of people,
Yeah.
really. This one.
Which, if you've never had to suffer through controlling the boat in Symphonia, count yourself lucky.
Oh my gosh, I remember my first time playing Symphonia, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I could not for the life of me find that valley mine. That valley mine.
Toys of Valley 9.
Yeah, it was rough. I was like, I was lost. I couldn't find anything. It was just a bad time. Actually, I should play as Carol. It's been a while since I played as him. It's been a long time since I played as Carol. Holy smokes! But yeah, that Toys Valley mine. For those who know, you know how it's like. All right, destroying rock, lightning wave. Nice aid smash, nice recovery smash. Ooh, I want Reaper Knock, that's for sure. Oh, and can I craft the... Oh, wait, you get it after a certain boss fight, right? The Yard Spirit. I still don't get why the Symphonia boat was like that. Yeah, it was super slow, and like, you can only move like with the right stick forward and backwards.
Yep.
And
I
like,
felt like it was moving on ice
That's
the whole
pretty
time.
wishful thinking.
yeah, or I felt it was like super tanky. Like you had to hold the X or the A button, and
just
like
a realist.
you slowly turn left or right.
Anyway, thanks for your
Right.
help.
It basically
Looks like we're
had
gonna make it
very
there
minimal
on time.
handling and had a slow
Leviathan's claw
acceleration
was going to
to
beat
it.
us there if we hadn't found an
Yeah.
escort for the ship.
Leviathan's Claw, huh? That's a name I seem to be hearing a lot lately.
Yeah, because you're in Act 2, Yuri.
They're the
They're
guild
now
specializing in
important.
sales of Hopeland Blastia.
Oh, that explains the situation in Heliord.
Lately, they've been trying to steal our
We were also talking
clients
about the
from us.
redubs from yesterday as well, and
If we weren't able to cross the sea, they would have swiped up
like
another one of our
we
major
did touch a bit on
customers.
Grad George, but everybody else I thought were okay. The
Still,
one that I
can't
think
help but
everybody
wonder where those
did
slime
point
balls are
out,
getting their
which
product
wasn't
from.
related to Yuri, was Michelle Ruff, and I think we were all talking about like, oh,
Indeed. Hopeland Blastia
actually, where
isn't
do you
exactly
stand
the
with
easiest thing
everybody
in the
else's
world to get
redubs?
one's hands on.
Mostly the same stance. As I
Empires
mentioned, I
behind
don't really
this.
begrudge them for doing what they did. I thought the
It's
work
me
that they
just
put
better
out was
supervising
fine
the
for what it
Blastia
was, but
distribution.
anytime somebody gets attached to a specific way
Right on
that
time.
the character sounds, they expect it to sound that way. So they're always going to complain when that changes. What was it? The redub that they had in Symphonia 1 versus 2 for Lloyd. It was Scott Menville, and I forget the other one.
Brian Peacock, I believe.
Yeah. So, well, Brian does fine, but everyone got used to the way Lloyd sounded in 1, so it was jarring when you move into the sequel and he sounds completely different from that inclusion of Lloyd going forward.
You know what? You took the words right out of my mouth. I said this yesterday too, and honestly, the thing is that, like, I don't know why there's a lot of people who are, like, very reactionary. Like, I'm glad there are people who take more, like, rational stances and think about it a bit before going off. You know, it's nice. It's nice to have these conversations outside of, like, what I'm constantly seeing online a lot. Like, it's just, you know what? I get it. It's fine to have those reactions, but maybe read the book before you react, if that kind of makes sense.
Right. The only recast that I felt badly about was the one for Zelos in the Symphonia sequel, because I really did like the way the original Zelos sounded.
And that's understandable. I got used to him too. Like, all that cast, like, I practically got used to it, Dawn, but I think, like, when it came to Brian Peacock as Lloyd, he really got into what is going on with this encounter. Hold up. Why? I thought this party composition was gonna do fine, but I guess I needed a repeat or a Yuri to help balance things out.
Interception.
Oh dear. See, like, here's the thing. I need to use Destructo Spiderweb first off, and now I can chase them. Alright. Yeah, I got the thing with Carol. It's like, he's really slow, so it's been a while since I played as him. I think it's been, like, since what's the runes that we went to with Rita? Like at the very beginning of the game when we first saw Rita. Was it
Yeah.
Shaiko's runes. Yeah. I was like the last time we played as Carol. So bear with me as I try to get used to him again, as the rest of my party is dying, because I'm realizing this is a very bad party composition for this fight. Okay. Get the spider web going. There. Let's try this again. Carol is still, like, my favorite axe wielder tank in the series. Granted, they haven't really gone back to this archetype since this game. Yeah.
Are you talking personality or gameplay-wise?
Gameplay. Oh no, Are you not a fan of Carol? Carol's arc throughout the game?
I think it's fitting for who he is, but I absolutely like Persea more between the two if we're doing axe user comparison.
Are we talking narrative or gameplay?
Narrative in that case.
Oh, okay.
Gameplay, I don't touch the axe wielders, so I have no opinion. I usually like playing the faster characters in that.
Fair enough. Let's see here. I thought Perseus was interesting. I think I've already solidified my opinion already about Symphonia, where it's like, I think nothing is going to change since I played that. This is my first Tales game, so I played that game way too many times. But Persea is just kind of there for me at the end of the day. Not terrible, but not too amazing for me either in the cast.
Yeah, for the greater narrative, she doesn't serve a huge purpose, so I see what you mean as far as that goes, but I felt like it was good for showcasing the implications of just how far-reaching the consequences of X-Sphere research went, so it was good for that, at least.
Vesperia doesn't have any shame in working an old man.
Yeah, certainly did serve she certainly served her purpose
there.
there.
For Apatheia and doing all sorts of other things.
Apatheia?
Were these battles in the 360 version where you had to fight all these fish?
Yeah.
I don't think it... Oh, was it? Okay.
That's nothing but a fairy tale. I researched it a while back, but
because they lead up to the
eventually
ghost
I
ship
realized
deal.
that there's simply no way it can
Oh,
theoretically
okay.
exist.
Because I thought this
The
was
only thing
something
that's really...
I'm well aware.
Oh, I was just going to say, the only thing that really changes is where they change some of the dialogue so they can introduce Patty for that whole thing.
Well,
okay.
Because the Don told me to.
Because I honestly thought this was like something straight up added on the PS3 version, so I was like, okay, this is all new, but Okay, I didn't realize this was like in 360. Well, this is a little disturbing.
It's okay. If it's off camera, you can do anything.
The sad part is, you're right.
Yeah. 'Cause I'm pretty sure they still had some of the same story beats as far as they fought the sharks, comment on that River's looking for the Apatheia still, so that way they can route you into the ghost ship, but obviously they don't have Patty turn up here.
Yeah, yeah, like this was the point where I was like, it really confused me, and I'm like, oh, so this was a scene that wasn't in 360, but yeah. All right.
Yeah,
yeah, because like
just rewrote it.
This is all well and good, but can we get the ship back on course?
Yeah, when you bring up Kaufman, yeah, I guess that makes sense why it would have been in 360. Oh no, this is PS3. I'm pretty sure.
So that wasn't all of them.
It wasn't all of them. We're in the wrong system for that, Yuri. You would have been right in the other version. So, when everybody's talking about PS3 version back in the day, they should have done something a little bit better. They should have called it, I want Patty version, not Tokunaga version or something, because I practically associate 360 version as Tokunaga version.
I can do it.
And this is where
the one that takes care of the boat for you and all that.
Basically.
If you're gonna travel around the world, you'd better be able to at least pilot a ship.
Poor Tokunaga, just like,
Then I'd like to ask
I think he had, yeah, he definitely had like, I mean, as much as you could say, quote unquote, big role in 360, it's just like, poor guy, now he's just like relegated to just being jobbed out, like, for lack of a better term. This guy is just nothing but an afterthought in this version.
Yeah.
Tokunaga leaves because you all wanted a new, because you all data mined the 360 version. I don't know.
But don't you think we have more important things to do for the moment?
That's the thing with this narrative too during Act 2 is that they do a lot of like saying, what are we gonna do, what are we going to do, but I think that's more so relative to Estelle's arc than anything else at the end of the day.
Right.
Yeah.
Ever learn to be a bit more independent.
And feel free to give me directions about our course.
So, as a heads up, because I'm playing through these 3 games all within 3 days, there might be some little nitpicks here or there, so for those who play casually, I do apologize, but I think like I still feel bad because like the worst victim of that was Tales of the Abyss 7 years ago. Like I still feel guilty over it because I want to like revisit it one more time to sort of like maybe give it a bit more of a revisit, like a refreshing of my opinion and all that, because yeah, I think like Vesperia and Abyss, they're both on the same level of length.
Something bad's about to happen.
Like I'm even talking about like Core 360. And when it came to the port, they added more to it. So this game ended up being much longer than Abyss, I'd like to say, at the end of the day.
We're going to hit them.
I mean, it can be a similar runtime if you just ignore all the side quests and such, but then you're missing out on a lot of what made the definitive version definitive, so to speak.
Sorry, you said it could be a lot more shorter or longer?
Oh, no, I was saying it could be about the same runtime if you just ignored all of the side quests and stuff they added, but that kind of defeats the purpose of getting the definitive version outside of just having access then to Flynn and Patty, really.
Oh, like the additional scenes they added in this.
Yeah.
I see.
And the more exciting version of the final boss.
Well, I could tell you that that's definitely not going to be happening in these 3 days, unfortunately. There's no way. I thought about it, and I'm like, well, there's no way I could, like, fit that in 3 days. Especially when I looked at it, I'm like, oh, no. No. I'm not doing that. If it was 360...
Once you turn it on, you can't turn it off.
Yeah. If it was 360, maybe, because it would have been easier to pick things up, but no, this narrative's already going really long. There's no way we're doing that.
I don't know why, but the Sarah's Blastia ain't responding at all.
What do you mean?
Well, Rita, the Ceres Blastia isn't... Wait, Rita, shouldn't you know this?
You think
You're
this
the...
thing's the
Yeah, you're the
problem?
researcher.
You'd think.
Ooh, maybe
She
it's
likes
a
talking about her
cursed
formulas.
ship.
You don't really think so, do you?
Why don't we go take a look? It'll be fun. I love this sort of thing.
What?
I like how Judy's all
We don't know
level-headed
what's
about all
wrong with
this.
the Blastia.
Yeah,
We're gonna...
Take a look.
regardless of the situation.
Are you planning on
Yeah.
just leaving the Fiertia like this?
All right, why don't 4 of us go investigate while the rest stay here and keep watch?
Here's like, all right. We're gonna give you guys an
Okay,
escort right here.
So repeat and I'll go.
All right, Repeat and I will go. I would give
who's
you
the
guys a
third
choice. Who's the third person? We
I'm
need
not
4
going.
people.
No way.
Oh yeah, they didn't redub that. They didn't redub
Gotcha.
that because in 360 it's only 3 people that go. Okay.
You need to think about balance when splitting the party. Understand? This ship could
Am I
also
right
be
in
attacked
thinking
by
that?
monsters at any
What was that?
time.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have had Patty here, and if they were keeping the same backline detail, then you just wouldn't have that extra person for the other slot.
Or anything. All right,
Yeah.
I'll go with you.
Oh, is it 4 in 360? Okay.
Was it?
You want Raven and Greg to come along?
Oh, that's what EDMG said on chat, and he seems to know a lot about Vesperia, so I'll take a word
Fair
for
enough.
it.
Up with you kids.
Like, I haven't actually touched the 360 version in probably a decade at this point, so I don't
Yeah.
remember every little thing like that.
Yeah. I was really contemplating playing through the 360 version, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I'll just stick with this version.
Might as well. You get more fun stuff that you can do.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I still really like the way they
All of you
handled
be careful.
Flynn's
We'll set up the
moveset in
smoke
this
signal
one,
as soon
so
as the
when
Ceres
he's available,
Blastia
I
is
usually
fixed.
like to play him.
Yeah. Like, I like what he eventually becomes. It's just don't play Fantasia and play this game next and expecting a different experience with Flynn. It certainly didn't happen to anybody here, that's for sure.
And they gave him the hands full of his own spells and stuff you don't see anywhere else, which is nice.
Oh yeah, there was a Divine Streak, if I recall correctly. That one was
Yeah,
a new spell.
Divine Streak, Mistral Soul. I think there's 1 or 2 others.
Oh, I forgot about Mistral Soul. Yeah, that's an altered, if I recall correctly, right?
I think Mistral Soul is the one you get first, and then you learn Divine Streak later. I'd have to look up the progression on that.
Who's one of the two? Anyway, maybe somebody might correct us at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody who's more in touch with his moveset than I am. I haven't touched the Switch version since it came out, so I just played through it once they released it, and it's just on my to-do list to revisit.
Like a friend of mine told me, because he played through the Switch version, that there were some performance issues, and I saw it first time when I saw like the rain show up like in Capitulatorum. It's like a 30. Why am I climbing up here too early? Too early. Darn it. But yeah, like there was the rain. Did you notice anything else that happened during your playthrough that the performance kind of took a dip?
There were minor stuttering issues, so some of the fights where it'll cut for a second because they have scripted dialogue in the middle, so like I want to say one of the Zagi fights, you would notice it froze up for a second before it loaded back in with him, sort of thing, but it's just minor stuff like that.
Okay. So, like that was during a fight?
So yeah, you know, certain fights where you'll play through the first half of the fight and then they have to stop it so they can chat for a second and then it hops back into the fight. As it's trying to reload back into the fight, you might see it stutter for half a second, but that's the only thing I really remember standing out.
Okay. Were you playing like handheld or something along those lines?
No, I always played it docked.
Okay. But nothing else like super crazy besides that, right?
No, I imagine you'd probably run into more if you did play it on handheld because everything shoots down once you start doing that, but I usually just prefer to play it on the big screen.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, if it's just like the minor things like that, then from casual perspective, it's definitely something to be okay with at the end of the day.
Yeah. You're trying to set a speedrun record or something.
Yeah, that's a different story altogether. Don't play the Switch version, basically.
Right.
Alright, well, this dungeon, because we got the Holy Bottle, is not going to give us too much of an issue. Just like any other dungeon we ran through in the game, so pretty much standard. Ooh, wait, oh, I forgot to... Hold on. Smash Bow, I think I forgot to check its skills for that. Or did I equip them all? Looks like I did.
Yeah, you're missing a few.
Oh, it says I got all 6.
Oh.
Perfect.
Oh, okay.
Yuri... Oh, yeah, so how I'm also keeping track to is that, like, when I have a new weapon equipped, I make sure to equip it here on the skill menu as well. So when I see the screen, like, I know I have the equipped weapon skills, basically. It's a fun way to... Well, it's an easier way to keep track, considering... Well, this game doesn't really have too many options. The options aren't as flexible for what I'm trying to go for, basically. What I'm going for. For any other playthrough, it'll be fine. Let's see here. Got the weapons here. Long step, back step. Did we get Chivalry? Chivalry is so good on Raven.
Oh, yeah. Like it was on good old Zelos.
Zelos only got a title, though. He didn't really get any stat buffs. Like, it's so much better with Raven.
What was a compound EX skill that you could get to boost his stats depending on how many women were in battle?
I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I think I might have only gotten that compound X skill once, and that's it. Oh.
A lot of people shift out of it once you start getting access to enough 3 and 4 level gems, but by mid-game it's pretty useful to boost them up a bit.
Okay. Yeah, because like I'm so used to like Super Chain, what else is there? Spell Charge and Concentrate, like something along those lines. But
yeah, if you wanted the Super Blast, which was give them all 6 slashes, they can also chain into arts at the end, as well as being able to chain them in any order, 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah,
and that leaves you with only 1 free slot at the end, which I usually used for Speed Spell, so you could actually cast it a bit faster.
Yeah, like once you get that all unlocked, it's really, really good. I forgot I had a Rita set to like Fireball Quakers over there. Oh, time is up. My apologies, everybody. So yes, the answer is, well, we already know the choices. I hope everybody knew all the choices. Estelle, Judy, and Carol.
Oh, guess we're done.
Speaking of Symphonia, I didn't mention this yesterday, but it's surprising that Symphonia scored so low in the polls that I held for this marathon earlier this year. Because I think it was like 19%, if I recall.
Oh, that's lower than I thought.
Yeah, like, well, I think it was around like maybe 60 or 70 people who voted, so... Whoa, what the... Oh, I keep forgetting some of these enemies, they're hidden in the mirror. That's their gimmick. Ha 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 ha. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here quick. Okay. But yeah, like, it really surprised me, because I thought, like, there'd be, like, a lot of Symphonia fans out there who would, like, push it forward. But, you know what? Actually, when I first did the marathon, like, in 2013, when I pit Abyss and Vesperia against each other, I thought Abyss would have won it, but I didn't realize at the time how popular Vesperia was. So
yeah,
that was like at the point when I was returning back into the series, so I thought I had my holy bottle on. Yeah, that was the moment I was like getting back into the series. So it's just I didn't grasp it, and yeah, like I guess like this year that was my surprise for me with Symphonia, considering how so many people really wanted Lloyd in Smash Bros, for example. But I'm glad that the people that voted surprised me in that sense.
Right. I mean, Vesperia, when you pin it up against a lot of other games, even though it's technically a bit older now, even with the definitive edition. I know that with the Japan's character polls, he was leading those favorite character polls for quite a while, so that's probably a factor.
Yeah, there's no challenge at all.
Don't let him trip you.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand Vesperia's popularity now. That's for sure. But yeah, like it's brought up in the chat here. Like Eternia winning was intriguing as well. Like I tried to make sure to make the polls a little bit more like a bit more challenging as best as possible, because like I put like Symphonia, Abyss, Graces, and Vesperia in one poll, and in the second poll I had Fantasia, Eternia, Dawn, and Hearts R. Third poll were more recent ones, like Aselia 1, Aselia 2, Zestiria, and Vesperia. I guess I expected Vesperia. Like, okay, if it were me, if it was like my own personal choices, like for my personal choices for the marathon, I would have done like for my revisits. Maybe I could have done Redemption with Abyss, but I think I'm okay with doing Redemption with this game. But in terms of like games that I would like to revisit, maybe Graces F would have been interesting, because I would have loved to have like re-explored that game personally. But I don't know if I'd be able to pull it off. No, actually, I'd be able to pull it off marathon pace, because like it's only a 2-act structure. Some people said it was 4-act structure. I can't comment more about the act structure. Yeah, I can't comment more about the act structure, but basically I feel like I could fit it in, essentially. For the middle game, I was happy with Eternia, because it's been a long time since I played it. So I'm glad Eternia got in. And for the last game, I don't know. I guess it would have been nice to have revisited the Aselias. Or Zestiria, for that matter, but I don't think people would have wanted to vote Zestiria at the end of the day. I would have been surprised, genuinely, but it would have been... It wasn't gonna win, unfortunately.
Now hold on just a second.
Yeah. I mean, there was a small following of people that liked that one, but I think that's pretty much fallen to the wayside at this point.
Yeah, it was a super polarizing title, that one.
I'm sorry.
Like, in both sides of the
stand
fence.
not knowing what happened to my friends.
And the performance issues, I think, were the biggest problem. Like, even if you're playing it on the newest system at the time, it was still chugging along at some of those parts.
Yeah, it's more like a PS3 game made. It was a PS3 game that just put it over to PS4.
Stay put.
Yeah.
Those words are powerless to put out the blazing
We did have
fire
a
that
question
burns in an
in the
adventurer's
chat there. If you were to have Fantasia, which version would you have played?
GBA, the
one,
best
right?
version. Yeah, you know it. You know it, Chris. You know what it is. Best version. We got it. We got it. No, I actually said in the info video, I'd be doing the Fantasia Productions patch.
Okay.
As much as I would love to have played around the joke, even there's a certain extent to how much I could keep the joke going. There's a certain extent. I picked it up like 2 years ago just to play around with a little bit. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is way slower than I remembered. Oh my gosh.
Be sure to come back. I don't want to be adrift out here.
Especially because like when I played the PS1 version, I'm like, oh, this is nice. It doesn't chug. Everything's not screen crunched. I don't know. If people really, really wanted me to play the GBA version, then maybe. But I don't think anybody missed it when I posted the polls. nobody had a demand to have me play the GBA version. All right, so. Oh, did I accidentally go back? Oh, you can walk back here. Nice. We're gonna play as Patty, our new playable character here, and. I remember my initial reaction when I opened up the battle book, and I'm like, all right, let's see. Where's Patty? Patty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages for her. Oh, my gosh. So good. So good. She's just a stupid, fun character to play around with. And I'm so glad that she's in this game because of how she plays, basically. I don't know how much I'll be able to play around, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, so we got... Yeah, the 3 yards here. Sorry, you're gonna say something?
I was gonna say, just back before good old Aselia Con ended up getting hit by the whole pandemic deal and canceled, I was thinking, I know you haven't been to some of the more recent ones, but I run Tales, Dungeons and Dragons in the game room. Typically at least 2, sometimes 3 sessions each year. And so it's 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons characters that I just put together with my own homebrew styling to make them play more like Tales characters. And one of the things I had been considering for a while was adding a playable character for Hattie, and then just essentially have them roll a die to see what spell comes out if they ended up playing her.
Oh my gosh, I can imagine that causing a lot of havoc during sessions then.
Oh yeah.
Wait, sorry, you were going to say?
Oh, I just saw some of the chat come in, and so it's something that's been having a pretty good turnout. The last year that we had it was the only time that I usually leave 6 slots open at a time and give them the choice of playing a mini dungeon or a Coliseum setup where you just fight waves of enemies that all have a boss at the end. And I have a handful of boss characters that I put together that I put in depending on which characters are chosen by who's playing. So for each of the mothership games, I have at least one playable character as a sheet that they can choose. And then, depending on who's chosen, I'll pick one of the bosses that has a connection to one of the characters that they play as the finisher for whichever adventure they choose to play as. So, of course, if you have, say, Jude, then I'll have, I'm trying to remember his name, the guy with the white hair that chases him around everywhere.
I forgot. It's like, Ivar, yeah.
Ivar. Yeah, that was it. Or with Yuri, Zagi, so on and so forth. Just goofy little interactions like that people can have fun with. But, yeah, I was thinking Patty, while she'd be more work to put together as a playable character, could also be more fun for people to just like ensuing chaos whenever they're playing these kinds of games.
Yeah. I could definitely see that being a thing. Wow, that's really cool, man. That's really cool. Because, like, you know, it's interesting you bring up D&D, because I think a friend of mine was actually trying to sell me on it, too. And, like, I'd be open to trying it out, but... and I've seen some people do the sessions as well. It can get pretty wacky, from what I've seen.
Oh, yeah. It's highly reliant on who you're playing with, but yeah.
Yeah, so, like, speaking of which, like, then what was the most wackiest thing that happened during one of those sessions?
So, I do know that one of them, somebody was playing Jade, so of course I had to put Dist in as their final boss. And since they had a bunch of spellcasters on that team specifically, they basically just took turns hitting him with status effects and knocking him over in his fancy chair over and over again. So the visual for that, as far as what people imagined, was pretty entertaining.
It's good to see ya, Yuri.
So was it set up in a way where it's like, there's the people who are chosen and they go to the table and everybody like watches along, or is it just like its own table, if I recall correctly, how things were set up before?
I know. If you did,
right, so it's set up at a table, first come, first serve sort of deal, unless I see, say, the same people that are coming to repeat sessions. If I fill up, I'll ask, okay, since this person didn't get necessarily a chance to play last time, I'd like to have them given a chance at the slot if you could give it up. So just try to give everyone a fair shake at being able to try it out. But yeah, there's been plenty of times where if the 6 slots for that specific session fill up, then I would have people who would just want to watch because they wanted to see how the scenario would play out.
No way, that's possible.
Because that reminds me, when I was there before I do it, honestly, everybody, if you have the opportunity to go to Aselia Con, I very much recommend it, because it's a lot of fun to be with like a lot of Tales fans under the same building. Because I think I mentioned this before when I made a video once, where it's like, it's very welcoming to be in a building where everybody knows what you're talking about with Tales, because not often do you get that opportunity in a local environment. And when I went, I was like, wow, this is an amazing feeling, just to like run up to somebody and just talk Tales and just go off. It's like, it's really cool to have that local experience, and you guys really did a lot to sort of like set up the standard for that, and others have like followed your example as well. So it's cool that it's a cool experience to have no matter where you go, and I definitely recommend going to Aselia Con if you have the chance.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good time. Everyone that turns up typically has glowing reviews by the time we get to the end of it, and we always like to see new faces coming each year, too. So, if you are in the Texas area or can make the Texas area, early April is what we're looking at this next upcoming year.
Nice. That's really exciting. I like thinking because like I remember like some of the panels that I went to, and they were like really informative stuff. And when you brought up like the whole role playing stuff too, I remember the improv panel from late night. Were you there for that one?
Yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun too. You can see that everybody was just vibing and chilling and having a good time, basically.
Years ago. That long?
Adrift 5 and 40 days. Food and water used up. Men succumbing to thirst and starvation. I cannot give in, though. I must see
so this is when we learn about
safely to Jormungand.
the Clear Ciel Crystal, and we're going to be running to a boss fight soon, but if I recall in the 360 version, there were just like a bunch of random mooks. They're going to change it up
They added the Sword Dancer for this one, so they made it a better boss fight.
A gift from my dear
I'm not quite sure it's the Sword Dancer, because I think that's a side quest, but...
Was it? Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was connected to the Sword Dancer. Maybe I'm just remembering incorrectly then.
But he wasn't able to return to his town.
I might have it wrong, but I know like he kind of looks like a sword dancer.
Okay.
Come on, Estelle.
I think the actual sword dancer in this game is related to the twins from the movie.
So this ship's been wandering
Gosh,
the
and
open
dropped.
seas for an awful long time.
Oh no,
the other twins. Yeah, never mind.
The red hair, yeah.
Istuka and Shaster.
I've never heard of a town called Jormungand.
If this record is really
And I think it
old,
leads up
there's
to
no guarantee the town
Flynn's
even exists
ultimate
anymore.
weapon, quote unquote. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I think
Yeah, I
that's
guess that's true. What about that
where Sword Dancer shows up.
Okay.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, you may be right on that. I just remember it being different here, so I thought it was still connected.
Right. It's understandable. They look very similar.
Something similar to a barrier.
Do you think it might be here somewhere?
Yeah, we got an answer in the chat, so...
Let me see if
I mean, it would have been cool if you just unleashed the Sword Dancer onto the world unknowingly here. Maybe that's what I wanted to have had happened.
I see.
Yeah. Because I always liked those fights in Symphonia, so seeing them come back here was a nice touch.
Yeah. Alright, I got a holy symbol. Who should I give? I haven't been checking their equips often, which I really should be doing.
Yeah.
A little bit more...
I was like throwing it on Carol, gives him a little bit more tankiness.
Oh, the holy symbol?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that could work.
Because it's a percentage-based heal, so anyone who has higher HP is going to get better benefits off of it.
True. Let's see here. Maybe I'll give Raven the warrior symbol. That's the thing with like Flynn though, because like when he gets equipped and he leaves, he takes it with you. So I'm always so hesitant to give him like good accessories. Basically,
yeah, here's your boots. Have fun, Flynn.
Yeah, basically. I think I'm going with this team though for this fight. Okay. I think we're all set. What is this boss week 2? Week to light. Okay. So we're gonna have Estelle shine with their photon right here, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
Oops. Let's get Yuri back. Sword Dancer, another concept that seems to have been axed after. Yeah. No. Well. Okay. I mean, technically, Sword Dancer isn't Dawn. You could have a Sword Dancer in your party. That was cool.
Not the same.
It's not the same. I mean, it's a baby Sword Dancer, but still a Sword Dancer nonetheless.
Didn't they have a fill-in for that in the Magna Zero dungeon for Aselia? I thought they had something similar to it as far as the final boss for that little end game or / post game dungeon for there.
Oh, I'm not the type to really go for the X dungeons and Tales games personally, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was true.
Yeah. Some of them are better than others. If you want to keep your sanity, you probably never want to visit the one for Dawn of the New World. That was a randomly generated mess.
I've heard stories, but I think the boss in that like makes up for it, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on what that is now. It's been way too long since I touched it.
I think the majority of it was the dub, because whoever the actor was really had a lot of fun playing as whatever monster it was. So played it in Japan. Japanese, you might have lost it a bit.
Forgot Patty's run animation is like the Naruto run.
I think, yeah. I don't know if her run animation changes between forms though. Making sure that I save everything. Yeah, that's the thing, Omega. It calls you a piece of crap a lot. Alright, 1 seal bottle. Alright, there we go.
Could this be it?
He's clutching
Clear CL.
something. It must have been very important to him.
You think it's the clear CL crystal?
Well, it matches up with what
Carol,
was written
you
in that
sound like
diary.
a writer for a Japanese RPG
man.
game.
You go get it.
No thank you. What is it with kids today always blurting things out like that?
relatable Raven.
Scaredy cat at your
Yeah.
age, old man?
How are you any different, Patty?
Aren't you a little old to be arguing with a child?
Here you go.
So one of my favorite moments. She was like, "Oh,
There
here
you
you go."
Hands still hanging off of it.
You've got nerves of steel.
Yo, we need that hand as a weapon, Breath of the Wild
Do you
style.
think it might be cursed?
Oh, yeah. Break after 5
This thing's
swings.
stuck.
Yeah. Toss it over to Yuri. He needs some more baseball practice.
Huh?
There it is. Yeah, he really does look like a sword dancer, though.
Yeah.
It appears to have the opposite effect.
Oh, I remember
What are you
now.
talking about?
I think that
It's drawing the monsters to us.
character, so to speak, shows up in Patty's story again. And that's why I thought of him, since he was a recurring undead character. Mistook him for the
Here
sword
they
dancer.
come.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, time for the Cursed Wanderer. This was a fun boss to see. Like, it was cool because, like, he just, like, jumps around and does a lot of, like, acrobatics and whatnot. So, oh, I should turn off Splash and, Spread Zero.
Yeah.
And Champagne. Okay. But yeah, it was kind of cool because, like, I'm being reminded of, like, characters like, I know this game came out before Aselia, but I keep thinking about, like, the gun arts that, like, ooh, risky bet. I think about, like, the gun arts that you see
Alvin.
from, like, Alvin, yeah. And, I guess if we want to go for a game that came out before this, maybe, ooh, I can't cast what the, like,
Ilia
Ricardo
from
and
Innocence.
Iria? Yeah, Ricardo and Iria from Innocence. So it was cool seeing, like, this boss play around with, like, gun arts and whatnot that I'm familiar with. That was Clunky Bomb. I want a Clunky Bomb down here, and maybe Risky Bet up here.
I still have yet to play through Innocence myself, but I've been told before that I should try cosplaying with Ricardo.
Ooh. Yeah, I think you can pull it off, man. I definitely think you can pull it off.
Probably actually as old as I know.
Yeah. Oh, man. Man, I love everybody's designs in Tales of Innocence. Oh my gosh, like it fully embraced like the. Oh, was I in critical? Oops, that was a good touch. Yeah, so right now I'm trying to get myself into critical first because critical is pretty much like the best mode Patty's in right now, and you can play around with the RNG. I screwed up with the RNG the first
All
time.
of the buffs from the other forms in one.
Basically, and keep like spamming like form change and see if you could get it eventually. And like you could cancel it too, so it's like, oh, you can just keep spamming as an arc, and it doesn't cost like TP to use it. So you keep in a lock because this boss doesn't have a tech out option just yet, unless it uses overlimit and you piss it off. All right.
First Wander was not amused.
He's just as amused as the rest of the chat's like, when is this guy gonna play Patty properly now? Well, when the RNG lets me. Alright. Come on. Give me that critical. Give me that critical. I'm not playing as Patty as much in this playthrough, so give me the critical when I need it. Let's go. No, not yet. Still Brainiac. Normal. Brainiac. Normal. Brainiac. So it's like the chaos that we're expecting from your D&D session, right?
Yeah.
Normal. There you go. Okay, perfect. Critical is so much fun because like it combines, as you mentioned, Chris, like it combines like everything that Patty's all about here, and like the only thing you get. What was that? Secret mission. Yeah.
Mission thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the secret mission of this boss is basically essentially when the boss reloads after variable, trigger attack him. So it's kind of like a Zagis in a sense. We'll be seeing Zagis later. The only thing about this critical mode is that like if you get knocked up in the air and you land, you're gonna lose your critical form. But because like later on you're gonna get a lot of skills to prevent it, then you're gonna be like stuck in critical for a long time. Unless like you get stunned, then that's a different issue altogether.
Yeah. You just put a stun charm on her.
Yeah, pretty much. I wish I had like the other skills where it's like she adds like an additional hit when she's in a critical mode. So like you get like 5 hits in a row and then use the free run attack to finish it off.
Yeah. I'd forgotten that she had the frying pan weapon. It always makes me think of Lilith from Destiny.
Yeah. Totally. And like you could hit them with the pan multiple times while they're in the ground too, so you can just keep doing like this kind of loop if they don't have a tech out option. It's so good. And then like if you ever want to stop, you could have a random chance of like healing your entire party's HP, TP, or boosting your over limit gauge, or there's a chance where it could screw you over, but that rarely happens. So like the amount of times where it would happen, you could like recover that right away. The little big chest. This is just so stupid but fun. And then you can like try to restore DP by going into OBL1 and then just keep rinsing and repeating. Mix in FS over there by using your burst dart. It's just, she's so much fun to just play around with. Like I remember when I first played as her in this, and then like I started to explore in a later dungeon, she's just stupid fun. Stupid fun. That's pretty much how it is. Alright. Yeah, so this Cursed Wanderer, based on this playthrough setup with the inheritance from Great and whatnot, is gonna be a pushover. So, again, if you're expecting much like in terms of like bosses fighting back, today, unfortunately, it won't be happening too often. Once again, I mentioned yesterday, it's not gonna be on brand for me, considering how like I wasn't as good at Vesperia 8 years ago. So, I apologize to those who are expecting failures. We can just keep introducing the Cursed Wanderer to our cooking. Oh, just realized we're out of GP, so over limit time. Oh, did somebody give me an orange shell? Oh, well, thank you. There you are. Oh, please stop using the launches. Those cost a lot.
We don't even need the HP on anybody. We must have run out of orange gels, I guess.
Yeah, we ran out of oranges, basically.
Yeah.
Like, I know, Judy, you're trying to help, but I'm too lazy to change your strategy right now. This boss is almost done. Oh yeah, and I remember Severed Fate from Abyss.
Abyss? Yeah.
Oh, there's the failure recipe. Don't want that. Oh, wait a second! Wait a second! Leave me alone! Take a watch! Okay.
Now you need the orange gel.
Yeah, I would have been a little bit. Okay, that Wanderer almost trolled me a bit there. Almost trolled me a bit. Holy smokes. How's it going, Laffy? We just finished this dungeon right now. We're going very swimmingly so far. A lot of it's been mostly cutscene. Yeah, that's the irony. The RNG character almost got RNG'd by the boss. Oh
We have
man.
to settle the score with that monster, do we?
Yes. What's the question, ZX?
Jeez.
I say
It's
Zed
getting too
Canadian.
old
You know
for
how it
this.
is.
Should we give it back to him?
I think that's what he wants!
I want to deliver the clear seal crystal to Yormgen for him.
Oh, and here's Estelle making another decision.
Would it be possible to add that to the jobs being done by the guild?
We can't, Estelle. As a rule, tiny guilds like ours don't take on a new job.
I think it was like Judy who called her out on this too.
Just all the random jobs they were taking.
Basically.
Have to build their reputation.
All of which are like related to Estelle.
Is the guild going to be sent running here and there by another one of this girl's whims?
There you go.
Hey, you don't have to talk to her like that, you know.
Rita, wait. Judith, I am sorry.
Oh, simping
But
Rita.
I want to help him deliver
Oh
this.
no.
Oh
no.
I don't think anyone waits for 1,000 years.
Yeah, I'd get sick of waiting after that long myself.
I don't think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, they really do add lines for Patty here or there throughout the scenes. You know what? Like, because I'm thinking about like games that add characters in their ports and whatnot. There's like what are the words I'm looking for?
I'm free to do what I like.
There was Hardsar, and when did you play Hardsar out of curiosity, Chris?
No, I haven't really played around with the portable titles, so that's why I haven't done that one or Innocence so far.
Okay. I was just more thinking about like characters where they added in and whatnot, and I was like, I think the ones that kind of do it effectively might be one of the Triverse games. Triverse being Tempest, Innocence, and Hearts.
Hearts
I mean,
had what the
So happy, Rita.
I'm trying to remember his name. Is the paladin guy with the floaty armor?
That's Chalcedony.
Really?
Yeah.
Or Chalcedony, whichever you prefer. Yeah.
Right.
Huh?
Like, Chalcedony was basically the Flynn, which works because like Flynn still fits here fine. I'm more so thinking like scenarios with characters that are like similar to like Patty or like Gaul from Hardsar. Who else was there? Kongwai and QQ, yes. Thank you, Karani. And I'm thinking like how they would have added more to like the original plotting right now, because like Patty is just more like she's kind of there, but then like she does have a story. What you feel about it is up to you and whatnot. Like I thought it was just there for the most part. I would have had more intrigue for what happened after the reveal, but they didn't really spend too much time with it. But
they probably could have added a little bit more of that flavor into the main plot to tie her in a bit more. But feels like even if you didn't know that this was a re-release of the original title, you could probably pick up on the fact that her involvement with the story was secondary.
Yeah. When I talked to my friend, it was like, yeah, this character sure is somebody who was added after. It's like, it was very obvious, and he wasn't really big into Tales either. But it's just...
The curse was broken, huh?
I'm like looking at the other examples, because like when I think of Innocence R, I think from what I recall when I played through that game 6 years ago, they handled it well.
Yes,
they were certainly setting something up for their supposed planned reimaginings for all the 3DS games, and
and they were gonna do that in Tempest, right?
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate because like Tempest was gonna be the one that should have needed it most. That needed it most out of the 3 and the DS, and it just ended up not getting it, unfortunately. The content is being produced on Raise, like they're kind of exploring more about Tempest's world through it, Tales of the Raise in Japan. But yeah, it's just they stopped most likely because of how poorly the Vita handled at the end of the day.
I think I'm gonna gag.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Let's go back to the ship.
And I was thinking like how they handled the additional characters. I thought, yeah, Kongwei and QQ were handled fine because like I didn't mind their mystery because it would have they were setting something up. And Hearts Art kind of danced around with it a little bit, but they didn't expand on it further. Like it felt like it could have been something that they were gonna like finalize with Tempest, but it never happened, unfortunately. So when I talk about their additional characters, I thought they might have done a bit better compared to Patty, because they were setting something else up as opposed to just kind of feeling EDMG said there. It's basically like related, like felt a little bit unimportant. Why am I back here?
Forget your keys?
Yes, I did. I think there's a ladder right down here, if I'm remembering, or no, somewhere over here. Oh, there you go. There's the clear ladder that you see right there. All right. Then now we get the ladder down here, and then we go. Was there something
Thanks,
in the
Judith.
door?
Definitely
Yes,
couldn't have
thanks,
just, I don't know, jumped down from up here or something.
No, Carol would have injured himself. That's what the cutscene told us, after all. Alright, so we're about to leave this dungeon right here, and we're going to move on to the next town, which... that bird always catches you. I don't really want to waste a holy bottle on it. It's just one bird. We're literally right at the end there, so I'm going to run. Run as slowly as you can, Patty. Alright, let's go.
The Sarah's Blastia has been fixed.
So it seems.
Whew! Thank goodness.
Of all the... Why do I always get sucked into these messes? If it was anybody
you just
other
got
than
a lot
me,
of bad
you
luck,
guys would have been
unfortunately.
left behind.
Were there 3 or 4 questions in yesterday's stream? I kind of dozed
Sorry
off
about that.
3 hours before the
We'll
end.
never do
There
it
were
again,
only
I
3
promise.
yesterday. You may run into 2 more opportunities today, though.
I wonder what caused the Sarah's Blastia to break down.
It just started working again. I don't have the slightest clue why.
You really think there's a curse then?
Perhaps the captain wanted to pass
Okay,
the
so I think
clear
like
cell
in the
crystal
next part right
when
over
he
here, we're
reached
gonna be
out to us.
so we're gonna be heading over to Nordopolica, and
No way.
yeah, honestly,
Some
like
people
this
can't wanna
dungeon
do
was pretty much just
anything.
like our introduction to Patty as well, with like Estelle trying to figure
Doors
things
get
out and
stuck,
whatnot
the Sarah's
with her
Blastia
arc.
stops working. Sounds like a curse to me.
Actually, no, this is our first visit to Nordopolica, because there will be a point later on where we come back here again where things get a little bit more interesting. That's for sure. And when we get to the desert, things will also get interesting as well. So,
It's one of the best parts.
oh yeah, things are things are definitely gonna be picking up once we get to that point for sure.
Well, the boss here's seen
When you get to
better days.
Nordopolica, don't forget about the little Easter egg on the back of the bulletin board.
What's the matter?
Ooh, yeah, please remind me. I don't know
Yeah.
about this Easter egg you're talking about.
But either
Yeah,
way,
once you
it's
get off
barely
on the
holding
dock,
together.
we'll see it.
If we keep
Alright.
using this old piece of junk Blastia, we're guaranteed a shipwreck in the middle of the sea.
Wow, so she's sensible when it comes to ships.
I mean, do you see her character design? She's practically a pirate, Rita.
Yeah.
What are you all looking at? Fine. As soon as we get to port, I'm getting you a new one. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Seriously,
I didn't know
this
that
is
like Judith had a
crazy
different
deal you're
voice
getting.
actress for her redubs, though. I didn't even notice.
Hey, are we going to Nordopolica or not?
Yeah, I didn't realize
Let's
that
get
either.
this thing out of here.
Yeah.
Must have been a little bit
Right.
more of a
I'm looking
clean
forward to
crossover
finally
between the
getting
two
there as
actors
well.
that they chose.
Yeah. Like, apparently that's the case. I didn't really look into it further because I just learned about it yesterday. Alright, so I always tell myself, like, whoa, wait, what? What the? I'm not used to seeing a ship right there, but...
Yeah, it's just the ghost ship.
Yeah. Like, in that sort of angle, I thought it just would have suddenly disappeared, but it's right in front of me. Confused me a little bit, but all you gotta do is go straight on forward to go to Nordopolica. Again, that's the thing that I really like about this game on the world map. Everything is so close together compared to, like, games like Symphony and Abyss. We were going off on Abyss yesterday because of how everything was so far apart. And this game definitely with the boating here, actually there is something that gets added later on in this game. This version of the game, which I think we'll be seeing later today. But other than that, there wasn't much to the level of like Toy's Valley Mine from Symphonia.
Yeah. You have to figure out where it is by the hints they gave you from the last conversation.
Pretty.
Yeah.
So, a party in the streets every day, huh? This is gonna be great!
forks and skewers are a match made in heaven.
Hey,
Man, that sounded so clear while she still had that skewer.
Yeah.
When are you on vacation?
Also a part-time ventriloquist.
Minions
Ah.
work is never done.
Just like Lloyd was in Symphonia in the start of the
You're
game.
John's messenger, so don't be rude to Belius.
Every time I hear that line, it's always like, "What are you saying?" It's like it's so like I get it, it's so clear, but it was so amusing at the time.
It's just a lot of noise.
And I learned that like Colette's voice actress was in that
We've
scene too, but
arrived
she was
safely
definitely not
thanks
as
to you
noticeable
all.
as Scott Menzel
yeah.
during that scene.
Once I've
Right.
unloaded my cargo,
Yeah.
the Fiertia belongs to you, as promised.
Like I didn't realize it was actually Colette's voice actress till this year.
Thanks. We'll take good care of her.
Yeah, I
So,
wouldn't
are
have
the
thought
sands of
if
Kogor
you didn't
still
mention
a long
that.
way from
I
here?
had to think back to that scene.
They lie far to the west of Nordic.
Yeah, it must have been just one of the other villagers that was complaining at the time.
Yeah, it was the woman who said like the people in the ranch are gonna die and rot there anyway. It's like that's totally
Yeah.
not Colette. You would not think Colette
Yeah.
with that line in the first place either, but yeah,
that's
it's totally her voice actress.
Not many people go to the desert.
Nice
I
when
doubt
they have
there'll
that
be a
kind of
place to
range.
moor a boat.
Yeah.
Are you seriously going through with this?
That's the thing about Symphonia though. Like I didn't particularly like Colette's voice actress at the time. It felt like it was a little bit too squeaky for me. But after when she returned in Dawn of the New World, I felt like her work there was much
She
better.
was fine.
Yeah.
Right. Kind of like Mila's voice actor between 1 and 2 for Zelia is night and day listening to them.
Oh, you mean when she voiced just Mila, right?
Yeah, Mila Maxwell.
Oh, like
Just
actually Mila
sounded-
Maxwell or the other Mila?
No, just either one because it's the same voice actor, but she just sounded more comfortable in the role in the sequel than she did in the original.
Okay.
Right, mutual backstabbing.
Yeah, both
and all
Aselia
that.
1 and Aselia 2 I really want to revisit someday.
Madam
But
President,
I'll take your word
it's
for
an
it.
honor to have you here.
I like Zelia 1 a lot more than 2, just because
Excavating
since
more
they added
ruins?
the damage types between essentially
always
slashing,
impressed
piercing,
that
and
the guild
bludgeoning,
boss
it
himself
lends
supervises the
to just playing Luger all the time. And I like having a bit more agency with the character I want to play through the combat.
Oh, sorry, you said you liked Aselia 1 more than Aselia 2?
Yeah, just because in Zelia 2 they started adding specific attack damage type weaknesses. So if you played Luger, you had access to the 3 different weapons, so you could just switch to exploit the weakness of anything you killed at any point in time. But if you wanted to play, say, any of the other characters that weren't casters and wanted to use their melee attacks, you would just hit a wall with certain enemies because they were resistant to your damage type.
Interesting.
He seems like a nice person.
That's interesting, because I usually hear people like
Hey,
Aselia 2
you
a bit
were
more than
talking
Aselia
earlier
1,
about a
so
guild
it's
that's selling
interesting to
Hoplon
hear this perspective.
You mean
Yeah,
the
from a
Leviathan's
gameplay
Claw?
perspective, I just felt like
Do you
it
think they might be
allowed you to
getting their
play the
Glastier
character
under
you
the
wanted to
table
play a
from
little bit
those
more
ruin
freely.
guys?
Ruins Gate is completely innocent.
How can you be so sure?
Oh,
Are
Regae's
you sure
added
about
line.
that?
They're upstanding, serious, diligent. That's what they're known for.
I mean, it tried its best. I don't know. No, I think like
good care of the
was it like
Fiertia.
Regae's voice actor
I'll
didn't
arrange for
particularly
exchange of
come
the
back,
Ceres Glastia
so
and for
they had to
transport
find
to
somebody
Copenhagen.
else, and yeah,
Okay.
Sure.
yeah.
Good luck, brave Vesperia.
It is what it is. It's been 10 years.
Nate is
Yeah,
selling
it's kind of
Blastia
like
on
when
the
they
black
had the
market?
PS3
That is so not
Symphonia
good.
and the new arts that they added. You could tell sound completely different from the classic ones that were included in the game.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh yeah, and I wanted to comment on this before, because like I don't know what it is about the Magic Studio that they got during like Symphonia Business and Vesperia's localizations, but
You mean treasure
all of the
hunting?
redub lines like for that involve using that studio's recordings and the redub studio's recordings, they're very different in volume. Like it happened in Symphonia and it happened in this game. Like you hear it mostly with Flynn because I don't know what it is, but like his arts aren't like particularly odd with the volume because I think it might have mixed between his battle quotes from 360 and battle quotes in for the redub.
Right?
But with Patty, it doesn't matter too much because like they're all redub lines, so they're able to level the volume with that.
yeah, it's more consistent for her because she just wasn't in the previous installment.
She probably knows something
Yeah.
about Phaeroh.
Like if Abyss were to get a remaster with added scenes or something, I would pretty much guarantee you, like, if
Of course, I've only heard
maybe
rumors.
guarantee is too harsh, 99% sure that if they were to redub lines or stuff like that for art, then it's most likely gonna be as quiet as you have experienced it in the Definitive Edition and Symphonia, because it was probably done with the same Magic Studio that they've done with Vesperia and Symphonia from back then.
Right.
Man, I would love an Abyss remaster though. Make it cell shading. Make it cell shading.
If you turn back around, go to the left, you pass the bulletin board. You just walk up behind it to see the little Easter egg.
Oh! Oh! Always angry. That's a nice one. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't even know that was there. Nice.
Yeah.
Ash is always angry. He has a permanent scowl. Even like when he tries to smile in his status art that one time. It's like he's trying to hide a scowl. You can see it. You can see it in his art.
He was one of my favorite characters to cosplay because of that.
Yeah. Always angry face.
Yeah. Anytime somebody takes a picture of you, you can just throw that on.
Nice. Yeah, that must be a lot of fun. I remember before I was thinking about like cosplaying Zelda someday, but I think I'm already past the point of considering. Well, for me to start off with it, basically, like I haven't even started on anything yet.
Zelos was the most recent character from Tales that I cosplayed, actually.
Which one? Oh, Zelos?
Zelos.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Lord Bellius's private
That must have been
room
a lot
is
of
ahead.
fun.
I cannot allow you
Yeah, I
to
wore
go
it up
any
to
further.
Maple Joe Con in Canada.
Come to see Bellius.
Ooh.
It was 2018, I think.
What? Who are you?
Oh man, yeah, that's so cool that Maple Joe Con exists too. Like for me as a Canadian, it's cool that there's like one in Canada as well.
Huh?
Yeah.
An appointment?
Unfortunately,
And they'll be joining in during the Eternia portion of the stream, so that we could hear their perspective about how their convention works and whatnot.
Yeah. They're a good group, so hopefully they'll be able to bounce back without too much difficulty after restrictions loosen up and all that too.
Yeah.
Gladly deliver any message you
I really do feel bad for all the conventions, local conventions that have been
but the Don's orders were to
working
give
off
this
of
letter
it,
directly to Bellius.
who've been trying to what are words looking for? Adjust, I guess.
Is that so?
Because I understand it must have been really rough.
Only receives guests on the
Yeah, it's a
night
bit
of
harder
the
on
moon.
the non-profit
If
ones
you could
versus
perhaps
the
come on the
for-profit
next
conventions.
new moon.
Yeah.
The next new moon?
Why only on the night of a new moon?
I guess that's just how she does things. People can be weird sometimes.
Yeah, people
The
sure
moon
can
just
be
turned
weird,
full,
Rita.
so
I
the new
agree.
moon is still a while away.
So should we come back?
We don't really have a choice if she's not here.
Sorry for the trouble. I'll let her know that a messenger from the Dawn stopped by.
You know what? Like, nah,
Great,
he's kind
thanks.
of a character that's there, but
So why
you
don't
know
we see
what?
we can
Like,
find
just
out
because
about
he's
the
kind of
desert?
just there, he does his job, and it's like, oh, you know what? He is a little bit interesting, I suppose. Like,
I'd like to
Yeah.
get
in terms of the
information
roles
about
that he ends up
Aircraft
filling up
myself.
throughout the game. It's simple, but
We shouldn't
he
have
he
trouble
fills it
getting
in.
information about all of that in a city this big.
You
Yeah,
mind
it's
if
nice to
old
hear
Raven
about
goes
his old
ahead to the inn?
backstory and all
I should
that,
send off a progress
even if it's
report
not
to the
a
Don.
huge part of the narrative.
Sure.
Did they explore a little bit more of it during the
All
side
right,
quest or
let's
something?
get going too.
Because I think
Yeah,
I
you
might-
basically get to hear about him and drawing a blank already on the leader of Nordopolica. But basically,
Bellius, yeah.
Yeah, Bellius. So how he got the scars and whatnot and gained his respect for being able to work for her and all that.
Okay. Do we do any more shopping? I think we might have to do a bit of shopping here. Let's see.
Yeah, orange gel's definitely a thing.
Yeah, I definitely made sure to restock on supplies, but I was wondering if I could do anything like with the equipment and whatnot. Let's see here. That should be fine. Oranges, we got our bottles,
Okay.
we got
Yeah, you filled up
magic
already. I
lands.
missed that.
That's okay. Simple tent. I think some of this equipment might be useful right now. Ooh, perfect green is good for Rita. Oh, Raven left our party for a bit. Maybe I should wait until Raven rejoins first.
Yeah, so you can double check his loadout.
Yeah.
Welcome. Staying the night?
Well, of course.
I think a companion of ours should have already arrived.
A friend of yours.
Oh, we're getting to like one of my favorite parts of the start of Act 2. Only because like the announcer sells everything. Like he sounds like somebody who should be straight up from Guilty Gear.
Right.
Oh, like oh my goodness. and very fitting considering what happened recently. Did you hear about Tales of the Race, their recent collab?
No. Oh, they did have that collab with Guilty Gear. I remember now. Yeah.
Yeah. That oh my goodness, like. Oh, he plays like he's in Guilty Gear's Tribe. Soul Bad Guy. It's so good. It's so good. I wish I could play more of it right now, but they had to release it yesterday, and I'll definitely put some more time into it after the marathon. But yeah, this announcer that we're gonna be running into, he basically reminds me of Guilty Gear. So he sells it so well.
It looks like she's shopping. Give me one of these.
You know, if it's in the 360 version, I would have slept at the end, but sorry, we need to explore some more Patty backstory here.
Wait a second, dear.
Or exploring in general.
Those clothes are. I'm sorry, but are you Ifrid's granddaughter?
No one in this region has ever worn that outfit before.
People say there's a girl dressed like Ifrid who claims to be his granddaughter.
No, that's the thing, because like let's talk before, but like yeah, Sandy Fox voices Patty, and like yeah, at first I thought because like she also voices Mew in Tales of the Abyss, and like at first I was like, oh, I can't unhear Mew, but after playing through the game, I guess now it's more like she assumed Patty very well. That I can't unhear Patty now if I ever were to hear Mew ever again.
Mew, yeah.
I'm Ifrid's granddaughter?
Like she did a good job fitting him to the role here.
Customers, you see.
Huh? What? Wait just a second. I didn't say anything like that.
Darling, you just said.
And here we hear the internal conflict that Patty's going to deal with for the rest of Act 2.
Well, yeah, she's
Which,
the granddaughter of a guy who violated the
I mean, it's something.
Tons
It's something. Do I have something more to say about it? Maybe not, because again, like we talked about before, like they kind of, I kind of wish they could have explored it a little bit more in after the point, but it's a little bit, and again, it's a little bit too late for the main narrative itself. I mean, to be fair, there was a side quest that did sort of do it, now that I think about it, but not too much.
You would have had to change a few pieces of the main narrative to fit her in a bit more, and maybe when they were trying to explore their options, decided this was the better route to go with it.
Yeah. No, Patty, I was just playing as you. Come back. No.
I swear. Patty is Ifrid's granddaughter? I wonder what that's all about.
Yeah, so Patty is Ifrid's granddaughter, everybody.
never mentioned
Just
that
like
before.
how
I wonder if it's true.
how it's similar to another game in this marathon.
But even so,
Again, that's just like the one connection between all three games. They all have something to do with Ifrid in some shape or form in the main narrative.
Yeah.
Trust of every guild.
Honestly, I think Vesperia does the best work with Ifrid as a character.
I agree. Based out of the three Ifrids that we got, yeah.
Yuri,
Yeah,
are you sure it's
most of the
okay
time
to
he's
let her
just something that's mentioned off screen, or he was a
She's a strong
minor
girl.
fill-in
I'm
for
sure
one
she'll be
minor
fine.
side quest in Symphonia.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, if we don't
I'm
get back
thinking
soon,
more
the
about
old man
how
might get
often
sick of
Ifrid had
waiting and
appeared.
start
Yeah,
some mischief
there are
again.
3 games in this marathon. There's Symphonia. like iFeed is very much like an Easter egg basically between the games, but I can't remember much else, to be honest, that come to mind. Yeah, nothing really comes to mind, but it felt like such a staple in the games that he was in, though, except for when he was just kind of sort of there, but
yeah.
From when he was there, it's like, oh, I can identify that with Tails, that's for sure.
Yeah, I forget if it's one of those things that started off as a character in another Namco property or something that they decided to just put into Tails.
I don't think that's the case with iFree particularly.
Well, Flashy's one way to describe
Because I forget where it originated it exactly.
I see.
I do want to say it's most likely Eternia.
Rooms have already been paid for, so please make yourselves at home.
I couldn't remember if he had any minor mention in Fantasia or not.
Call it a day?
There were talks in Fantasia about like treasures around the world, but I don't think they associated with like who it was.
Okay.
Like there was no mention of an Ifrit. Oh, he's the one who put the costume pieces and diamonds around the Aselia. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's totally a thing. All right. This is the scene where we learn about the lore behind Brave Vesperia and the Child of the Full Moon, Children of the Full Moon. Yeah, I think it's where Estelle starts to talk about the fairy tale. I don't know if she labels it as a fairy tale, but it's some sort of fable right here.
Are you missing the castle?
Folklore, I guess you could say.
Folklore, yeah. Thank you, Chris.
No, I thought I'd come out for some fresh air. I just can't shake those words Phaeroh said to me.
There's the one thing that I really want to like dig deep in. I never really found a chance to really like dig deep into, but the role of the final boss. Like I can sort of like draw my own conclusions about it. And I'm pretty sure SideQuest probably confirmed it, but maybe I'll talk a little bit more about that once the character shows up some more.
Yeah.
You don't look like poison to me.
But I do like Yuri attempting to cheer her up.
In his own way.
Well, no, but he's not really doing it. He's just having a conversation.
I guess I do feel a little better. Hey. Yuri, look at that. That's Brave Vesperia.
That's the name of your guild, Yuri. Brave Vesperia.
There's an old story about that star.
Sorry, Brave Vesperia. Yes.
In the days
I can't think of any other.
A cataclysm occurred that plunged the world into ruin.
Ah, yes.
Countless lives were lost as the people struggled to stand against the oncoming disaster. Its energies all but spent, humanity's hope seemed lost.
You know, this poem kind of reminds me a little bit like sort of like how like there was a thing with oh yeah, the poem of Heartstar. I was gonna bring up Heartstar, but I forgot you didn't play through Heartstar. I do certainly recommend it.
Yeah, I do need to eventually make my way through all the mainline games. It's just harder to pick up on some of the older portable titles at this point.
Yeah, especially physical, because I think Heartstar was a GameStop exclusive.
Wow, so you went and gave our
but I think I remember before when we were talking, like, I was talking about how Innocent Star was really, really good.
You should strive to make your guild shine as
Hearts
bright as the
are,
sun.
like, I just played it after since we last spoke, and I was like, Hearts are definitely takes it, and I think expands it a lot more. Because, like, it gets crazy, whereas, like, you're suddenly playing, like, you're suddenly, like, a Super Saiyan, and you're, like, teleporting all over the place to catch up to your enemy.
You should too,
or whatever.
For everybody, not just the lead protagonist.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was main character privilege in that.
Oh, no. Everybody has the opportunity to, like, hunt people down, like, after you knock them down, like, after meeting certain conditions, like, you can, like, chase them by pressing the guard button and, like, continue your combat from there. It's so much fun. I definitely recommend playing Hearts R, that's for sure. If ever you find the time, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, there isn't another Tales of game coming out after all, so I completely understand.
Yeah, need to get through the latest and greatest, as they say, and then I can start revisiting some of the older ones after that's over and done with.
Yeah. Alright, so we just got the Damascus sword, so that means before I play with equipment, let me check if I have everybody's skills for each bit of equipment here. Looks like we do. Alright. Oh yeah, that's the thing, like...
I was gonna say there's another question in the chat. Did we ever actually get an explanation for the final boss in the canyon area? I don't recall that being a thing.
We get a bit of an explanation, but I want to expand on that the moment.
Okay.
Or around that point, I want to say. I already got a Faciliard. Perfect green, and did I get one for? No, I don't think I got one from Judy. Whoa, Repeat. Holy smokes, I blanked out his name for a bit there. Repeat and Raven. Okay. Let's see. Let's fix those new skills up. Alright. Heavy hit, combo voltage, landing step. Oh yeah, it's just a happiness one. Got it. Uno, dos, tres. That reminds me of all the grade farming I had to do before this. I'm not one to like leave games on and let them like play by themselves. I'm looking at mobile games, but anywho, like when I learned how to grade farm for this game, I'm like, is this for real? Like you actually got to do this, and apparently it is the case. Have you grade farmed in this game before, Chris?
I have. I remember there being a lot of tidal waving. So I saw the tidal wave one, but the one that I followed was like something about like you gotta beat like the Giganto, the elite monster, close to the date and hold. Right.
Oh yeah, that did involve tidal wave. What am I talking about? Yeah. See, that's how I left it alone and didn't really pay attention. I'm like, all right, y'all do your thing. I'm just gonna like leave it on and that's it. Like, oh my gosh, that's just. I couldn't. I've never done grave farming before, so to do that, I was like very perplexed. I was very perplexed while I was setting it up, but I get it. It makes sense, but I was still perplexed.
That's one of the things I liked about the way the post-game shop worked in Destiny Director's Cut is it just counts game clears, so you don't have to just do random stuff at the end of your gameplay to get enough points. But you do have to commit to playing the game multiple times to unlock all of the bonus options.
Wait, it counts game clears?
Yeah, so when you clear Destiny Director's Cut, it'll give you 1 point for each clear that you finish. And so when you go into the post-game shop to start New Game Plus, for however many times you cleared the game, you can add a bonus option for your next playthrough.
Huh. Oh, that's... I've never heard that before. I part of it's because like I didn't finish or play DC yet, but holy smokes, that's really interesting. They never went back to it since then. No wonder I haven't heard of it before. Oh my gosh.
Right. Just unique to that one.
Wow. Huh. So like
the thing was, you could play either the full campaign or what they called the Leon side story, and Leon's story is much shorter. So they're equivalent to grade farming, as you could just play through Leon's story multiple times to get the clear coin or counts, I should say. So that way you can just go to do the full playthrough with all the options if you're trying to do the equivalent of grade farming for that.
Oh wow. So you could just basically do Leon. Oh wow, that's really interesting. Holy smokes.
Yeah, because you're basically just playing Act 1.5, and then it counts it as a game clear when you do it that way.
Oh, does it only go as far as like a? Oh, wait. Duh.
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry, took me a while to connect the dots there, but I get it. I get it. Okay.
But yeah, I know what you mean, Eclipse. It's nice when you can just grind straight through it if you want to do all the fun stuff immediately.
Let's see here. Am I supposed to be here first? No, wait. I need to go further down south. As much as I like to talk to Malik, Unfortunately, I realize I'm going a little bit too slow right now. I have to speed up a little bit.
Okay.
Right, because I believe we were talking about this earlier, but the dub change is going to happen very shortly. Okay. Almost there. Thank you, Yuri. I actually don't like the Destiny DC way, to be honest. If I want to do New Game Plus, I want all the... I see.
What are you talking about? Both of you, stop this nonsense.
Oh, it sounds it's the exact same. I can't tell the difference. I don't know what everybody was worried about earlier in the chat. Sounds fine to me.
Mind your own business.
I mean, to be fair, he does fine, but
yeah,
it's
You're
just more
used to hearing something else.
Yeah, exactly. This is probably the most jarring. Maybe they should have just redubbed. I think redubbing Reggae would have been less of an issue than redubbing Yuri.
My apology later.
Yeah.
But I think it's you two who are in the wrong here.
Damn it!
Are you okay?
Oh, thank you so much.
And the voice fits fine. It's just I think the other with regards to comparison's sake, like the other voice certainly does leave an impression. That's for sure.
We're the guild Brave Vesperia.
Come on, you're like a walking billboard.
Hey,
Let him have his
you gotta get some advertisements somehow.
Right?
Yeah. How else are you gonna get the name out
You might
when
want
you
to
don't
work
have
that
things
one
like
before you go trying to
internet?
stop any more fights.
Oh, back in the day when there's no internet.
yes.
I don't want to think about those days. We wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for this. We're for the internet.
Have to do all of our commentary by carrier pigeon.
Far be it from us to ignore a request from Ruins.
Jeez. That's gonna make this marathon last for 7 years.
What did you want to ask us?
One of those things that you just time-lapse compile later.
Basically.
Could you come to the
I don't think it'd make much of a profit, though. The amount of labor required for it? No, definitely not.
Whatever he has to say, he doesn't want anyone else to overhear. Sounds pretty suspicious to me.
If Ruinsgate recognizes
Don't overthink,
us,
Raven.
it'll help
It's
improve
okay.
our reputation as a guild.
Get too greedy with jobs and you'll end up neglecting all of them. Our job for the moment.
Judith, I don't think you're a little bit too obvious about what you're making about that comment for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I'll try to be more careful.
But couldn't we at least hear what he has to say first, and then decide whether or not to accept?
Yeah, maybe you're right.
If he asks too much, we'll just say no. We don't have the time to be getting wrapped up in more craziness.
See, like here, Michelle Ruff is starting to get a little bit more comfortable with the role now. Like after she went through the first act, she's starting to get a little bit more comfortable with how she worked it 10 years ago. And like I said, I feel like she does it the best in Act 3, but here you hear bits and pieces of it starting up in Act 2. Like, it's not consistent, but there's moments where it comes in, basically. You know, like, something I mentioned yesterday, too. Like, it would have been cool if there was, like, an alternate universe where you could hear, like, the movie replacements show up for this version. It would have been some weird moment in time if that were to happen. Because I like some of the work that happened in the movie.
Yeah, that one was handled pretty well.
Here you are. Okay. Show us a magic trick, Reggae.
Nobody said we've decided to take the job yet. That can wait till you tell us what this is all about.
I know you're ready to show it off. Here we go.
All right.
There you go.
Stop the man who is
You can throw your voice in so many different octaves, huh?
Take over? This city?
The plot thickens.
Why are you so interested in stopping them, though? It's not your guild, so why not just let it be?
You see, we have been commissioned by Palestrale to investigate.
Well, the song wasn't made yet, so he still has to find himself in trouble.
Huh. Yeah, come to think of it, this city's supposed to be super old.
If someone else took control, it would be discourteous to the Intellikeia.
He could become his own choir. Yeah, you can see that happening. He could do a bass, baritone, tenor. All three
yes.
covered.
My apologies. Do you not know of them? I have heard that
The
they are
acapella
the
like
ancient
Smooth
race
and
who built
Groove.
this town and allow the guilds to
Oh,
be
Smoothie.
here.
Smooth McGroove.
An ancient race, huh?
Like the Kritya?
Okay, so then who's this guy who's trying to rock the boat here?
Like how
He's the
Judith
champion
just
of
face palms on that
Colosseum.
common.
Yeah.
Huh? What are you talking about?
He is a man who has entered the tournaments to take on Palestrale directly. His consecutive victories have brought him closer to the
Sounds like a
Vilius.
very villainous individual.
This
We have to stop
man
him.
is terribly dangerous. If he is not soon eliminated, I
A
fear
barbershop
that
setter,
the
yeah,
may be-
that's a good one. I can see that happening.
So as long as he's winning,
Yeah, it works for like the
Palestrale
vocal
couldn't get rid of
percussion.
him even if they wanted to.
Yeah.
So, long story
Got a
short,
techno
you want
backbeat
us
to it.
enter the tournament
Yeah.
and beat him, right?
Yes, please forgive my asking.
Jeez, why didn't he just say so? Are you sure this guy is really trying to take over the Colosseum?
Of course, and he's being backed by.
I don't know, like I thought it would have been a little bit. Maybe I'm being a little bit nitpicky, but I guess like the plot does slow down a little bit here again. I thought it was gonna pick up a bit, but it feels like it is setting up things. But then it feels like here at Notopolica we are kind of slowing down a little bit.
You need to get to the Coliseum part of the Coliseum.
Yeah, especially because like we're setting things up with this Reggae character and all that.
Wonder what'll fall out of this
But
tree if
it doesn't last too long, and I think like we're just following
Whatever
up from
happens, we
the
have to stop Leviathan's
from the
claw.
overture of the pirate ship after all.
Relations between the Empire and the guilds will only worsen if we don't.
What about Phaeroh? There's no telling when you'll be able to meet him if we get into this.
But
Oh, Estelle.
What is it that you really want to do?
what I really want to do...
I want an ice cream
I beg
bar.
your pardon. Is this
Yeah.
a difficult decision?
What would
for
you
all?
do for a Klondike bar, Estelle?
There isn't anything difficult about it.
Wait, we talking more? Holy smokes! More throwbacks everywhere. Save me.
Yeah.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
listen to the story now, at any rate.
Right. As a guild, this might not be something we can just ignore.
So then, who'll be entering the tournament?
Well, we can't ask Estelle, Rita, or Raven to participate.
This would have been nice to have had as a choice, but I get for a narrative perspective is the reason why they want you to keep it as Yuri.
Yeah.
Because like in other games, you could choose like some. Well, it was only Symphonia really, where you could choose like a Coliseum attendant, really.
And I was just getting ready to enter. Oh well. I
Which
suppose I can see
usually
this
the
one
best
out.
choice is Zelos for that, but
Yes.
you're given the
Celestia
option.
shouldn't have to trouble himself
Yeah.
with this. So it's up to me then, right?
Because like not only do you get like the costume, you also get like you don't have to pay like two for one.
So, do you mean you'll take the job?
The added conversation is worth it.
Yeah.
Sure. Beating the champion.
Speaking of
will be
which,
good
when it
for
comes
our
to
guild's
like
reputation.
Zesty and Vesperia,
It's not a bad deal
what
for
do you think
us
about
at all.
both of those games out of curiosity?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I like Berseria a lot more between the two.
I see.
My thing is, and I guess it's
Proceed
more
to the
invalidated at this
registration
point now
area
that
when you're ready.
Arise is a one-player game, but part of what I had a harder time with when it came to Zestiria and also the Zilias was because they wanted you to, say in Zilia, have your linked character, and in Zestiria have your merging mechanic. It turned what was predominantly a 4-player series into a 2-player one. So I felt like it was a step in the wrong direction. And then when they went to Berseria and scaled it back so you don't have to be tied to another character, it was nice to see you could potentially play with 4 people again. But like I said, now we're going into Arise and it's just single player anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Rise is single player. I do hope that like the next game in the series they do bring back the multiplayer thing, because I really love playing Tales of games with friends. And yeah, like you said, since Aselia through Vesperia, it made it more like a 2-player experience. And The unfortunate thing was like when you think about how Aselia was set up and everything. It's like, oh, when playing with 4 players, it feels like you're handicapping yourself a lot essentially.
Yeah.
When if you don't choose to link. But I think with Vesperia, if you play multiplayer, the most interesting thing about I didn't see it firsthand, but apparently when you play like multiplayer in Vesperia, it fixes the camera issues.
Really? That's weird. I never played that one with 4 people, so I wouldn't have noticed. But I always thought the most fun I've had with these games typically is when you can set up to play Unknown or Mania or whatever the highest difficulty is, and then set yourself up for, say, the cameo fight or the darkness weapons or catalyst weapons or whatever the biggest, hardest boss is, and just have 4 people try to come up with strategies to take that down.
Yeah, like, and I haven't seen myself either, but like, I do want to like one day like boot it up and like play with a friend. Like, all right, let's see how this camera works. And if it works like Vesperia's camera, I'm gonna be like, why wasn't this the camera the first time when it came out?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just so unfortunate about the camera. But I eventually got over it, and when I replayed it this year, it wasn't particularly so bad as I thought the first time.
I wanted to fight.
Yeah, it's one of those things you get used to, I guess.
Yo, Omega, you're right on the money there. This is the preview of the Guilty Gear collab right here. This guy really sells it. Yo, oh no, yo, if the collab does show, like, have the announcers show up every now and then, that'd be really freaking awesome. Because we already got the Guilty Gear song playing during in the app, and I'm like, this is insane. I kind of wish I was playing that right now. alas, we got 8 more days to go, 3 more games. I like this guy. Former knight turned into a political activist. Prison record. What is this guy? Pardon me.
Sounds like the intro for a pro wrestler, just about.
Yeah. Pro wrestling, Guilty Gear, it all. Man, pro wrestling, they don't have these announcements anymore. They used to, but not anymore. I can tell you that much. Let's go.
Heaven and hell. Let's rock.
Let's rock. This is so perfect. All right, this announcer is waking us up. Let's do this.
I forgot he even had that line. That's pretty good.
It's so good. So good. Like, I was showing my friend, too, who's, like, big into fighting games, like, listen to this guy. He's straight up from Guilty Gear. And he was like, yeah, he is. Oh, my gosh. So, these are all going to be multiple solo fights for Yuri, like, legitimate 1v1 fights. And you know what? These are the kind of fights we should have seen in Act 1. Why are we getting these in Act 2 when we have more options? Because Act 1, all we had were a lot of options for, like... No, we didn't have too many options at all to deal with multiple enemies. Right. And it kept throwing it over and over and over again. But here, it's like, oh my gosh.
Use Azure Edge enough times to pierce, and that's like it for early game.
Yeah. What's up with this guy in Starfish, though? Is there a reference that I'm missing? is that a reference that I'm missing? Give him the Starfish? I don't know.
I don't know.
You know what? To be fair, though, oh my gosh, knock your opponent down to the gates of Hades. Holy smokes, guy. This guy is putting it all in. He's all or nothing. Oh my gosh.
He loves his job.
Yeah, no kidding. Knock him down to the depths of Hades. Oh my gosh, amazing. Let's see here. Well, I wish the fighting could have, like, complemented the announcement, but hey, it is what it is. And people were like, "Oh, where were the Dragon Swarms yesterday?" Well, here I'm giving Dragon Swarm more time. Here it is, everybody. There's your Dragon Swarm. I mean, it is really good, but hey, Shining Fang Dragon Swarm, Shining Fang Dragon Swarm, over and over again. I don't want to go that far. Undefeated with the sword, huh? Oh yeah, that's a pretty big sword.
About 3 more seconds.
Yeah, publicity. Everything will be decided in this one battle. Yes. Yes.
Soul Calibur reference.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
Yeah.
I was so distracted by his performance. Like, oh my gosh, that is totally Soul Calibur.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. That is insane. Question. So if I miss a question, I miss the whole entry for the day, right? Because it takes 2 pins for an entry for the day. For the beginning, yes. But later on, you're gonna, when you're getting near the end, then it will be like maybe 1 if I recall correctly. They really tried to cramp up as much on this guy. Yeah, they really did. Oh man, so much fun, so much fun.
Got Tsurugi out of that.
Wow, look at Yuri go!
Looks like he's got the goods all right. Well, it just keeps getting better. Now it's time.
Extinguished. Oh, I can't believe I didn't. I think that's more like Soul Calibur 1, right? Because like I didn't play too much of 1. I played a lot of 2 though. Like I could see that definitely being a Soul Calibur thing. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I still have it on the Dreamcast.
Ah, yeah.
What?
And I like how like I think Ivy's sword shows up in this game too. Like for a weapon for Rita.
Yeah, because it can do the section into the serrated blades.
Yeah, something like that.
Huh. So you're the evil villain who's trying to take over the Colosseum.
Very funny. Want to tell me what you're talking about?
So we're being used.
It seems that
Oh,
way.
I forgot about the boss fight that happens after the Coliseum altogether. Let the flames of your valor burn bright! Oh, so good, so good.
Are
Alright.
you able to switch equipment? Because I think you got a better sword out of that last one.
Oh, I think Tsurugi, I might have got that from Cave Moss one time. I'll double check.
I couldn't remember if it was better or worse than the Damascus.
Fair enough, fair enough. Let's see here. Yeah, that was definitely from Cave Mock. Okay. Let's get a magic lens for
So
this
that
guy.
got canceled then.
So, care to explain what you're doing?
So yes, this is our villain of the Coliseum, Flynn Shifa.
Nightly duties and such. Afraid that's all I can say.
Since when is becoming the champion of the Colosseum a duty? Especially for a captain of the Knights.
Good point. Oh, he's still not in his captain garb. You know what? Ever since like somebody pointed it out, it was you, Eclipse, wasn't it? Like last night, it was pointed out to me. It's like, oh, now I can't unsee it. It's hard to unsee now, unfortunately.
Orange tails on the back.
Darn it! Darn it! I can't unsee it now.
I think it's great you're taking your promotion so seriously.
Yeah, it's definitely the footage that they used for the trailer a lot. That was the footage that they used for the very first trailer, the one where Yuri and Flynn are like side to side like that, in the very beginning.
And don't you think it's about time you returned Her Highness?
Because if I recall, they also released like an English version of the trailer as well when it came out in December of 2007. I think. I want to say I'm right about that because yeah, this game used to hold the title of it being very like the localized version being like released close to its Japanese release.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Until Arise took that title. It's like a day difference between them. That isn't a port, of course. Like this definitive edition did come out worldwide
for years.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
I thought we were gonna have a nice duel with Flame, but oh, it's Zoggy again.
Yuri, you've managed to stay alive long enough for me to kill you. Now let me show you my thanks. Hate to disappoint you, but I got other
So
reasons for sticking
Zoggy,
around.
honestly, like a lot of the Zoggy fights that keep coming up, yeah, like he does get more arts in the second fight. The third fight here, he has the secret mission, but it feels like it's more of the same. I could be mistaken about it, but I get the feeling that's kind of like that. And then I don't know, it doesn't really change too much until like the very end, is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I forgot he even shows up here, which probably lends credence to that point.
Yeah. I mean, the secret mission is amusing, I suppose, but
That Blastia.
it's just another Zoggy fight, basically.
Hey, what
This is not as bad as the Jaeger secret mission. That one still gives me nightmare.
Every single time I try to practice it, it did not amount to anything, unfortunately. I keep trying, but it never worked. But I think I managed to get like maybe consistently once or twice during my casual run, though.
Come, Yuri, let me show you my new
As long as you get it at least once.
Yeah.
Now you're starting to get on my nerves.
Alright, Zoggy 3. So, a lot of it is just overload his Blastia arm with spells, basically. Yeah. And if I recall, I think he's weak to still... No, I think... Did he still keep his weakness, or did he get rid of it? Let me see. I got rid of it. Okay. Yeah, so just keeping the spells on should be fine, basically. Nothing really to get rid of. Everything should be okay. Alright, let's go.
Do you seriously think I'm gonna let you get away with using a Blastia like that?
Oh yeah, I was gonna play as Carol. Hey buddy, let's get some more screen time for you.
Jealous of my arm. You should really use that tenacity for something more productive.
If I wanted to put a costume on Judith, I'm gonna put the armor that she had as a Dragon Rider.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty good too.
Yeah, that's like my favorite one out of the set that I've seen.
Secret of the Truth, I think it was called.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I think it was called Secret of the Truth.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, so when you do hit him with spells, he does heal, but basically once he overloads it, then he'll stop using it. Like here, it's very simple to run into.
Yeah.
Great. I'll kill you. Great.
Made Zoggy upset.
Congratulations. I kind of took it as like the game was approving of Zoggy's statement.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna play whack-a-mole with Zoggy right here. Oh yeah,
Zoggy must go. His people need him.
Yeah, pretty much. That's my recovery smash. There you go. Run away. Wait, slow down, Zoggy. You're too fast. Ah! Alright, Zoggy, let's try this again. Slow down, buddy. Jeez, that don't slow down his arts, though. That don't slow down his arts. Slow down again, please. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Yeah, we gotta get that art, Destruction Streak, basically. I want to get that altered art at least. And there's also another that I want to get with the style, but we don't have the skill for it yet. Wait, no! What am I saying? I don't even have the skill. Yeah, that's the thing. I keep forgetting altered arts are attached to skills that I don't have the skill for. Yeah, that's my fault. I don't know why. Yeah, I got too excited, basically. We still don't have the skill yet. Yeah, this is well, kind of yeah, these fights are going a little bit more smoothly thanks to 10 times EXP, but you see how long this game is? No, I don't know. This is like the only way I could kind of make it somewhat interesting for myself, even though like without like it being like too grindy for the skills or not having skills and whatnot. But even still, like I tried to do hard 2 times EXP without any other inheritance except for skills. And it's like, it was really rough because I'm talking more so from my playstyle, because like when I got to the desert, which we'll be getting to soon, I was only at like 7 levels behind. I was like at like level 28 or something. And it made the boss fight in the desert really painful because like it kept healing itself, and the amount of damage I was doing wasn't amounting to much at the end of the day, unfortunately. Like it couldn't
mitigated.
Yeah, basically. So I really wanted to do that run, but I couldn't do it. So like I said, for everybody who was looking forward to like struggle boss fights, unfortunately it's not gonna happen today.
My favorite experience option when it's available is the combo XP.
Combo XP?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one where
especially made good use of that here with Yuri.
Oh yeah. For his solo fights and all that, right?
Yeah. Or if you count on Judith or Rita to isolate out the other ones that might interrupt you.
Yeah. Rita got the tractor beam. We got the spider web while he was going up. Like, perfect game. Shoot, we didn't get the chain though. Oh, Rita. Oh, it's fine. You can do some melee. Go ahead. Make it a... Oh, Yuri, you had to ruin it. We didn't need that heal for her. Okay, maybe Rita, you should go high. Good idea, Yuri. Blast? No, Rita. Please use tractor beam, please. Alright. Almost done. Yeah, honestly, like, I think the biggest struggle was got to so from yesterday, and all the Mook fights, the Yuri Mook fights, Adikor and Boko specifically. All my anger was like spent on those fights, but since then it's more like, okay, well, we're kind of breezing through with all these fights.
I can't stand idiots who don't respect Blastia. I just keep getting stronger.
Yeah, I definitely did not get infinited by Zagi, that's for sure. You know about the whole infinite spam from Zagi? What's it called?
I think I've seen it before, where he just keeps dragging you farther and farther up into the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was like an uncommon thing, but apparently it was very common.
That's what he gets for using it like that.
Like, I think it was like Cyclone Shot, Light Spear, Cyclone Shot, Light Spear, if you're stuck at the edge of the battlefield.
Yeah.
Monsters!
Wow. That grasshopper sounded like a horse galloping along.
They're kept here to be used in the tournaments. That shot just
It's a bit of an awkward transition.
A little bit.
He's getting away.
Oh. Colette, I mean Estelle.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I have to take care of the monsters first.
Alright. We got some more encounters to do, mandatory encounters. We got like 2 to wrap up here, if I recall correctly. And then we should be good.
About right.
Alright. Move number 1.
I won't lose.
Oh, it literally is just 1. Good. Less experience for me, please.
I was like the idle animation on those because they look like they're just rocking out.
Probably got some AirPods in their ears.
Yeah. I don't know how Estelle can fire with a horn. Hunting horn is a thing in Monster Hunter.
Oh, is it actually a thing in Monster Hunter?
We're done.
Yeah.
Wait, how does that work then? Like, if you're fighting with the horn, like...
Yeah, it's the buff class of the game.
Oh, so like a bard, like Johnny in Tales of Destiny.
Yeah, but not nearly as charming.
Oh, okay. So, out of the cast, which character is your favorite to play as, Sting, first?
Oh, for Vesperia?
Yeah, for Vesperia.
I overall like playing Flynn. If I just want to break encounters open, I'll play Yuri, because once you get tension set up, then it's not hard to just do whatever you want. But Flynn overall is one I like to play as, generally.
I see.
Not just because like you said, I love playing Kless back in Fantasia, and he's a good analog to that playstyle.
Yeah. Speaking of which, did you play Fantasia Cross? Oh no, you said that you didn't, right. My apologies.
Yeah, it's one of those ones I want to get to, but I was waiting for an English translation to make it a bit more feasible.
Yeah. Okay. First off, this stupid bug. Stop running away from me. I mean, I understand why you're running away from me, but please stop. I need to move on. You're not the boss of this game. It's like, wait, let me prove to you how strong I can be. Just give me 10 seconds of my own time.
Looking for a truck to pick up and drop on you.
Is that how it goes? I don't know. I don't know. I have a friend of mine who's big into JoJo, so I don't know if that's the sound.
No.
Was that the reference?
I haven't really looked into that one.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's the thing with this game. Like, I mentioned this before, but oh my gosh, all the enemies keep running away from you. They all run away from you, and it is not fun hunting them down. Like, I can do Destructo Spiderweb as much as I can, but I run out of TP. I don't want to waste TP on a random mook.
Right. Because I know you have 10 times experience, I don't want to deal with that.
Basically. Never underestimate the power of the cutscene Fireball. Well, actually, we should have underestimated it, because something bad just happened to Fire. Whoa! This came out of nowhere. I didn't think he had the leg power in him. Wait, I thought that guy left. The announcer is still there, actually. Huh. Okay.
The rest of you will defend the spectators with me. Don't let even one of the
I guess he probably helped Flynn, like, with the microphone.
Was thinking ahead.
In
Even
this
sounds
era.
like a real captain already. We're getting out of here.
Judith and your puppy dog already took off.
Yeah, I heard.
Alright, let's head on off and move on to the next dungeon. And the next dungeon, I forgot about the boss fight that happens there. I remember it now clearly because I remember that boss showing up in another particular game that I think we mentioned yesterday, like The World Ends With You, and I'm like, oh, it just reminds me of the exact same thing that I went through during that boss. Oh, it's the exact same gimmick too.
I haven't played that one.
Okay. But you know the boss that I'm referring to, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's apparently like common between games and whatnot. It's just yeah, I never really. I only remember it from this one and the other one, basically.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
It's the exact same gimmick too for what you have to do with it. Kinda, basically. Yeah, I'd say so.
Hopefully, he won't lose the trail.
But what's the deal anyway?
But I never really did it where it was like to the point where it's like, what's I'm looking for?
He used us to keep Flynn from
Like,
carrying out his orders.
where I don't do the secret mission. I feel like you have to do the secret mission to really progress it, but
To clear it. Yeah.
yeah, to clear it. So it's not really much of a secret in this case.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've
Open
ever.
secret.
For that.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think I've heard of anybody not doing the secret mission for that boss.
Good question.
Yeah, you know the boss that I'm talking about, Royalty? Yeah.
But Regay seems so polite.
Yeah, I feel like the only secret missions you have to look for are the Jaeger one and the knocking Zoggy over the side of the ship one.
Is nothing more than a false front.
Because when I blind played through the first time, those are the only two I missed.
Just what was the clear ciel crystal?
About all we know now is that something in that box made my magic go all haywire. I never lost control of my Bodhi Blastia like that before.
I wish I remember much about my first playthrough because it's been so long ago, and I was rushing to prepare for 2013. But I guess
You're right. We should be going.
like when it came to my playthrough last year, yeah, the Zagi one I also didn't end up figuring out, and I think I didn't do the Jaeger one unless I looked for a guide, basically.
Yeah.
Everything else wasn't that much of a big issue, I think. I'm trying to like replay all the bosses in my head. I can't really think of anything besides those two that were a huge issue.
Yeah, you can technically set up the Jaeger one a little bit using an hourglass to give yourself more time to line your shot up, but that's the only thing I can think of that actually helps.
Oh, that's right. And I think like the key is just like you have to hit it on the model. Like it won't register until you actually register the hit on the character's model itself.
Right.
I forgot about
that's why
that.
it's really finicky.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. That's why it's so finicky.
This? Repeat will be able to follow his scent with this.
We've got to get that case
Thank you,
back.
Repeat. Repeat has the most opinions in this entire cast, I want to say. Very valuable.
Guilds don't take kindly to backstabbing cheats.
That's right.
He couldn't just cross the mountains to the west without preparing first. We
All right, let's get him.
Sorry, Judith. I knew what you were saying. I read your dialogue before we kept going.
Are you worried about it?
Do you want to wait here with Rita then?
What do you mean?
This is a guild matter after all. Nothing for you little ladies to worry yourselves over.
Sorry, Estelle, but I'm going too. I'm curious about that red case.
Yeah, see, there's a lot of this. It's like, we gotta do this.
till
We're
I
gonna
give
do
that
this. We're
idiot
gonna
a
do
piece
this.
of my mind.
Like, I understand. I understand. It's all for Estelle. But yeah, you're gonna see a lot of this in Act 2. You didn't see it much. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You heard about the different writers of this game,
If he
right?
was trying to obstruct the knights, then this could be
It's been
connected
a
to the
long time since
Empire.
I've looked into that, so I probably did at one point.
Maybe.
Okay, yeah, because like this
Anyway,
game
the
has like
Colosseum
3
will be
different
fine.
writers.
Flynn's got a handle on things.
One for each act sort of thing.
Basically, yeah, that's pretty much how it
Yeah.
is.
Let's get our things in order.
I guess
and
that
go
explains
after
the
that
tonal
jerk.
shifts.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So, like, seeing how they try to plant the seeds for the other acts is a little bit interesting, but sometimes it gets a little bit lost. Like Estelle deciding they do plant the seeds a little bit in Act 1, but then like she goes to this in Act 2 after she decides to go with the party and whatnot. Guess that's what Act 2 really wanted to emphasize on, and for good reason, of course.
Yeah.
Who's my party in the next part? Okay. We got you, we got you, we got you, Yuri, and you. Okay. And let's take a quick nap here.
You know, with monsters around, no big deal.
Yeah, don't worry. It's all about the scent, the barrier that Carol talked about a while back. It's all good. Granted, I guess I
could
didn't.
say it makes sense.
Yes, you can. It makes a whole lot of sense. Like perfume and okay, I'm good. Anywho, let's push forward here and let's see if we can get a quick save here. We're finally gonna get Judith some screen time. Because as much as I like playing as Judith, unfortunately when I tried using her for like the other bosses, I didn't have the weapons that kept her very well equipped to sort of capitalize on it, so I experienced more deaths. But now that we got some more skills for her, we're gonna play a little bit more with her, especially because this boss is much more accommodating for an aerial fighter such as Judith.
Right.
But this cave is the
Did you get
Wizard of
her the jump cancel stuff already on her? Or are you still waiting on those?
I think jump cancel comes a little bit later, but I have like aerial jump and things like that, so it's a little bit not optimal, but it's a little bit ideal at least. Better than like not having as much. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wheeze of the Kados. I'm so familiar with this place because like the only save file I have from Xbox 360 version was just here, so if I ever needed footage from Vesperia re-recorded, it's like, alright, let's load up the Wheezes of Kados again. Let's re-record things. And it's always the same scenes. Ay.
Well now.
And it's a scene that happens after we have to backtrack through here, so it's not even this one
What were
either.
you trying to gain, setting us up like that back at the Colosseum?
Good question.
That case.
Good expression too.
You leave me no choice.
Oh, what's up with that pose over there? Didn't expect you to be the type there, Ricky.
Leviathan's claw?
Whoa. Alright. Yeah, these guys are back. They always come in sets of 3. Oh, this time they come in sets of 4. Well, 2 sets of 2, but same idea.
2 of them look like they're half asleep, so it's fine.
They're not quite fully there, basically. I hear you. Oh, I forgot to set up the strats. Oops. Or the arts, I mean. Let's put a New Moon Blade.
Lunarize.
Yeah. Definitely that.
That helps you keep your airtime.
Basically. I don't have skills that she can, like, capitalize on, though, unfortunately, to go in the air and all that. Like, she doesn't have, like, the base to Arcane Link, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
The Slice Cut Shoot Bros, yeah! I want to see that spin-off someday. Oh, I don't have the one where it's like, I'm so used to doing like 4 hits in the air. This is not a good start. Yeah, this is why, Judith, you need to get like the extra stuff for her, basically.
She's a late game character.
Yeah, she definitely is. Screw this up. I usually have Luna Rice here. Let's put Luna Fang. Luna Rondo. I forgot how Luna Rondo worked too for a bit. Okay, this isn't good when she's surrounded. Where's the rest? Where's Yuri? Yuri, get in there. Help me out here. Do your thing. Yuri? Where are you? Oh, you're dealing with one? Okay, I'm glad that the other 3 are targeting me, though. Jeez. You're not giving me a chance to move. There you go. Oh, jeez. Luna Ride's gonna knock them out all the time.
Yeah, you have to position yourself right if you're gonna catch with Rondo.
Yeah. The edge also
That's
doesn't
where
help
the
too
aerial
much.
jump helps.
Unfortunately, I can't read that. Oh, Da Moon! Yes, we
There
need
you
Da
go.
Moon. There you go.
Yeah, that's your starter.
I was wondering where you're gonna get that. Alright, let's see. Ah! Why are they all targeting me? Again. Come on, Yuri, where you at? Where you at? Save me.
You just see Yuri in the background petting you and repeat or something.
Couldn't see that happen. Rather than like in a... Well, I mean, that's the whole point of the movie. He didn't really like to compare the dogs until this happened. Yeah.
They just kind of came around to it later.
Yeah, basically. Ooh, that was a cool finish. Tractor beam to the burst start. That was really cool. Way to go. Way to go.
Just staple him to the ceiling, that's fine.
Guess this means Ruin's Gate and Leviathan's Claw are connected.
So they
But
pretend
they're such
to
a
help
nice
with the
guild.
excavations,
How could they?
then swipe materials and
Yeah.
sell them later, huh? Well,
Ooh, Rita's
make them
pissed.
Pay, I swear.
Oh, you could tell.
How could a guild as famous and renowned as Ruin's Gate do something like that? Judith, wait!
She's like,
He'll get away if we don't hurry.
let's just go, guys. Come on.
Remember what I said? There's a really nasty monster living in there.
Hey, what do you say we call it a day? Old Raven can't
It's like,
afford to get
I have
too
a
far
job
from
to do,
Nora
guys.
Pollica
We
without getting this
shouldn't
letter
really do
rebellious.
this.
The Donald hit me with another one of his.
Oh my gosh, 5 minutes ago already talked about what we were going to do. We don't need to do this
Well, I'm
again.
going after him. I can't let somebody like that just do whatever with the Blastia he
You know
takes
what?
from the
Honestly, though,
ruins.
like it does work for like if you play for a long time, but like they're doing it a lot because like if the player stops at a certain point and they don't read the synopsis, then this does help them. Like I'll give them that. I'll give them that. I'm just nitpicking because I'm playing this over 3 days and we're almost to the halfway point of our playthrough right now. That's all.
That was
That's
one of my favorite little exchanges back in Dawn of the New World is when Tenebrae calls out the party for doing that. Yeah. And one of the skits that you can activate.
Oh, Tenebrae is the best of all the skits, though. It's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
good. So good. I think like the skits in Dawn are actually one of my favorites in the series. They really go pretty. They're pretty hilarious.
Yeah, they did a great job with them.
Good luck delivering the letter.
And the callback to the Pop Pad Playmate Society that they did.
Oh yeah. And there were some cute references to like other Tales games and other games in general. I'll never forget Colette talking about cardboard boxes and stuff with such vigor.
I remember now that you mentioned it. So Persea was saying that she crafts stuff on the side, and she goes on to talk about a bunch of different items that other Tales characters wore through the series, like the Judas mask and such.
Yeah, her description of the Judas mask was perfect. It's like, oh, and I'm even thinking of making a Judas mask where it totally conceals your identity, even though it's clear who you really are. So good. Yeah, I miss those.
Oh yeah, the Lonely Kyle, another good one. Was that the halberd or something? I forget what she said that was specifically.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, so good.
Something? Right here.
Oh yeah, I forgot Patty shows up here for a bit.
Yeah, same.
Wait, Patty?
We meet again.
You sure pop up in the weirdest of places. Still looking for Ifrid's treasure?
That I am.
I was looking into my anime trope. I mean, amnesia.
Is it anyway? Prepare to have your socks blown off. It's the Maristella.
That is when we learn the Maristella.
What is that?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Wow.
Oh no! Even our thank you, Carol. Right on cue.
Out of Ifrid's treasures, the Maristella is the most precious.
Well, has anyone found it yet?
The thing is about Tenebrae is that he only really shows that personality when he's in skits. It's not in the main narrative as much, basically. He's more serious, which still perplexes me a lot, but I get it. I get it. It's just it's so perplexing.
I wonder how the
He was the best sarcastic character we got besides Jade so far still.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it,
I don't think we have much crossovers where Tenebrae and Jade even interact, so it's a little bit of a missed opportunity, I think. Unless Raze did something, I wouldn't be surprised if Raze did.
About being Ifrid's
Yeah, I can't remember if they did it in one of those. Remember they had the series of skit videos where they did for the crossovers that they called different gels. I don't remember if Tenebrae ever interacted with Jade in those or not.
Different gels?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so they had like the apple gel video, the orange gel video.
Oh, the old... Yeah. The old Viva Tales of... I get it now. No, I think those were made before Tenebrae was a thing. Cause...
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah. Because like those were like pre-order bonuses for some fandom games, some PSP ports. I think that's the gist of it.
Nisha?
Oh, that reminds me. One of my favorite jokes from those Viva Tales of videos, like the one where it's like Cress was trying to fight Jade.
Oh yeah,
2D versus free run. Oh, that's such an old video. Yeah. Magic. That was a good one. And you know what? Like those skits are kind of like on the same level as like what they would deliver in the Tales festivals, and that's what people really like about attending them and whatnot.
So basically, to get your memories back, you want to meet Ifrid, a guy who might be your
because it's more like live with the actual voice actors there. I think there was like there was one that happened where Colette stopped somebody from blowing up the Yokohama arena by tripping.
I didn't see that one, but that sounds pretty good.
No, that was one of the ones that were live at Tales Festival because it happened at Yokohama. So like they go really wild with their skits there. That's why people really like to drop by and watch there now.
Why are you following us?
Sounds like a good time.
I was planning on going this way anyway.
Before Tales of Festival used to be like both news and the skits, but now it's just the skits basically and the performances, which is fine. That's what the event has become because Tales more so is moving towards like Western platforms to advertise stuff.
If something happens, I'll help out.
which is a good thing. Like in terms of increasing awareness of the series, basically.
Yeah, I think that helps just to capture your worldwide audience a little bit better. Because if you're only posting it on your home nation, you intend to have it get more notoriety overseas. You have to try to reach out on those other platforms like that.
Essentially, but even to the point where it's like it's not even notorious anymore. It's more like it's known. Like I feel like I like what's the guy's name? Guy who used to be on Electric Playground. Jeff Keighley. Yeah, that guy. Like it's weird to hear him say the next Tales of games. Like, all right, that's when you know Tales is starting to get a little bit more of a common household name or something.
Yeah. But like now the obscure one that needs to try to get to that level of recognition would probably be the East series.
Ooh, East. Yeah, I keep hearing good things about East, but I never... The only East that I own is like the one on the PC engine. I don't know if that counts. I don't think that counts at all, to be honest. But I know for the very least it did set a bit of an impression because of how the cinematics were handled in the beginning.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. The earlier games are harder to want to go back to, just because their old battle system was so archaic. But if you play the third one, Oath and Felghana forward, then you're fine because it's more action-based.
Okay. Yeah, because like I keep seeing like one that I wanted to try is like Memories of Calcutta. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Celceta, yeah. Okay, yeah. Because like I heard some of the soundtrack of it. I was like, holy smokes, it's really good.
Oh, yeah.
Songs can kind of like make me want to play. But you were saying?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't going to go too far into it, but just saying if you're looking to check it out, then East 1 and 2, while fine as far as a product of their time, and remade to be a little bit cleaner on Steam, can still be a bit of a rough experience, so I don't blame anyone for just starting with 3 and going forward, since the narrative implications between each game are minimal.
Oh, is the remake for Steam like the ones that they did for PSP, or is it completely fresh?
I don't remember if it's a crossover with the PSP or not. It may have been, but a lot of the older ones were just built for PCs and were incredibly slow, so they rehashed essentially all but one of the original releases. Like East 5, I think it was the only one that didn't get a remake.
Oh, okay. I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, a lot of it's also trying to make sure I got my skills set properly as well.
There's some chat about favorite mascots from the Tales series. Did you have a favorite?
Orosorin. Coda might be a close second, but Orosorin are definitely up there because they actually do stuff. Basically, is all I'm trying to say.
They do make a good point, though. While the original mascot characters were a bit more imaginative, as nice as it is to say, oh yeah, we have Lulu/Rolo, it's basically a cat, or now we have an owl.
Yeah.
So I can still like them, but at the same time it loses a little bit of that Fantasia feel to it.
Charge right in.
Sorry, Fantasia feel? Like you're talking about like the Bush Babies?
Not specifically that, but that feeling of whimsy, that fantastical feel, I should say.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I feel like that's more so a cause of the evolution of the genre in general. It's hard to establish that maybe as much. I mean, Final Fantasy 15, they're driving cars. I mean, I think we could throw that fantasy out the window at this point.
Like Road Trip with the Boys 15.
I still remember those jokes going around. A friend of mine showed me that once. I'm looking at it like, what is this? Where's the fantasy in this? But apparently it has something to do with like some kind of like I already forgot. It's some kind of lore dump about why there's cars there. I know, man.
At that point, the fantasy is more about being rich and popular.
Yeah.
No, Patty, don't.
John Garlett has a good point there. East Origin is easily my favorite in the series as far as that goes.
Okay. That's the one you're talking about where it had like the 1 and 2 together or something like that, right?
No, Origin is a prequel game to 1 and 2, but it has a solid battle system. It has 3 playable main characters, all of which I personally find more interesting than the regular main character in that series.
I see.
Large part of that is because Adel, the main character across the rest of the East games, is just a silent protagonist, so there isn't really a whole lot to him.
I see.
Hey,
by the way, we just saw this creature ate up a bunch of dense air.
You're not
getting
away again.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, that was nice of him.
Very nice. Like, all that dense air was contaminating us and everything, so it's good. It's very nice of him to do it.
Don't worry, it's not harmful at its current density.
What the hell just
And
happened?
I guess, like, when it comes to mascots, yeah, a lot of them more so serve their purpose of just marketing. That's pretty much what it is at the end of the day. I mean, Tipo had some interest in him, like, for what is served in Aselia 1, but when Aselia 2 introduced Rolo, Rolo's just a cat. That's all it is to it. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. Maybe I'm asking too much from my mascots nowadays. My impression of mascots, I haven't really changed too much from back then, but I'm so used to how the Orosaurian have, like, of all the mascots I've seen, I think they kind of contributed a bit to the most, and maybe I'm looking a little bit too much into mascots in the first place, because all it is really is marketing at the end of the day. But I was happy with my Orosaurian doing stuff.
Yeah, they worked independently. I guess the closest thing that you could also say that were functional would be Mew, and then followed by Noish being the ability to ride him across the regions that you got the long-range mode obelisk for.
Yeah, I like riding around. I like Mew carrying me around this.
Of course not, you idiot.
I got what you're saying though. But now I can't get the image on my head of Mew just like, like carrying like Super Mario Bros. 2 style, everybody all around.
All right. Carol, are you okay?
Right.
And then, yeah, that's another good point. Tipo did become more interesting once he realized that he wasn't just being bonkers for no reason, that there was narrative weight to why he acted the way he did.
Yeah, basically.
Power. Was that the
Hoodle's really animated. Have you seen the skits? Hoodle is very animated. A little bit too animated compared to the other characters in the Rise. But that's a different topic altogether. What am I supposed to do here? Okay, I need to get Repeat's weapon right here. Jiraiya. I think that might give something good for Repeat if I recall. Well, Steel Plus. Actually, Steel Plus is gonna be. Oh, it's gonna be so useful for the next area. I'm just gonna say that right now. Magic attack we don't need up. But yeah, Tipo does get interesting once you learn about what he's all about, and you know what? I forgot about, like, Exhibit A. Repeat is still probably really up there as one of the best mascots.
I guess technically he is a mascot character.
Yeah, but he has, like, the most function. Because he's actually a playable character.
Yeah, I always thought of Baul more as the mascot character here because he becomes an attachment for characters later.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I guess Baul does fit that bill a bit, huh? I never really realized Baul would have been... Like, I don't know, like, I should have realized it. Like, they're both kind of on the same level of, like, oh, could it be Baul? Could it be, Repeat? Yeah, like, it kind of interchanges, basically, at the end of the day. Defend 2, yeah, that's what Spine Reaper gave. It was Defend 2 and, Heavy Hit it was? No, FS bonus, okay. That's, like, also for, Estelle 2. Okay. That's FS bonus and Defend 2. Alright, I think we should be good. Okay. Ors. Yeah, you know what's up. I remember when we did, like, the Abyssal Chronicles April Fool's joke, like, years ago, where we turned the website into, like, Orosaurian Village or something. We had the song playing in the background, and it was just all silly times. If anybody remembers that, I don't think anybody remembers that in the chat. It might be a little bit too old, but I still remember it.
It's a good use of that little reference.
Yeah. Oh no, did I trap myself? I didn't touch. Oh no.
I think you did.
Oh no, 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 no.
Being defeated by the Scorpion boss here.
Oh no, 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 no. Hold up. I'm gonna try one more time. I accidentally screwed myself over because my holy bottle ran out at that moment.
Oh.
Oh, okay, Omega, you remember? Watt TV, you remember too? Oh, thank you, thank you. That was fun to do because like I had a friend commission the art, and then we used the skid images and we changed the background and everything. It was so much fun. Back in the day when web pages were more like not as, what are the words I'm looking for? Consolidated. Because like nowadays you see a web page, it's like, oh, it's supposed to look a certain way now, as opposed to when fan pages were more like, let's do whatever we want with HTML. Here we go.
Yeah, the tenets of the design changed over time.
Basically.
This'll make good practice.
Let's just get it over.
Well, I appreciate that, Watt TV. Granted, I'm not part of Abyssal Chronicles anymore. It's been 2 years since I've been a part of it. Well, since I departed. But yeah, please still support them. They still do like really good work, basically. All the gifts, man. Ah, yeah, I forgot about that too. Oh my gosh, that was fun with the Twitter account. Silly, silly, silly fun. Okay, by the way, Dawn Moon, I think I'm using it wrong, because like you can start off as a base, right, to go into the air? I'm assuming that's how you can use it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you have all the skills to make use of it like that now, but later on you can.
Okay. Because like I feel like I was missing something there when we were talking about Dawn Moon before. Because I more so use it as like an art in the air. Maybe it's because of my skills, like you mentioned. Shoot, I'm using Crescent Moon so wrong. Wait. I was trying to get the FS, but the FS is already done. I mean, the enemy's already done. Alright, so, okay. Let me try to figure it out. Dawn Moon. Yeah, I don't got the skills yet, I guess.
Yeah. Because normally after that, you can just jump cancel and do whatever you want.
I see. Yeah, I don't have jump cancel. Yeah, that's the problem. Jump cancel. That's a much later item in the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, if you're looking to play Judith, basically you want to make sure you have all of her mobility and cancel stuff set up. So you get, of course, all the things that can link base to altered to arcane and back and forth. Get your jump cancels, your double jump, and there's what you get the 4-hit combo. I forget if she gets more than that for her basic.
I think she has more than 4 because like you can add like aerial combo as part of her basic attacks.
Yeah, that's what it was. So the aerial combo gets her more hits that way. Was it Luna Fall to quickly drop back down to the ground after you've knocked the enemy up enough, recover on the ground for a second, start your follow-up combo while they're still falling, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Judith has a lot of options when it comes to her aerial game. You just need to unlock the skills for it. That's the only faux pas, but it's a faux pas with a lot of characters in this game. Make sure you grant up the skills to unlock her full potential, essentially. Let's give her a Phaeroh. Why not? Okay, am I ready for this fight? I've been playing, I'll be honest, I've been playing a little bit lazily with regards to the boss fights because of how overpowered my characters are at the moment, so I apologize for that, but we'll see what we can do with this guy. I remember I had a huge issue with this guy back when I marathoned this 8 years ago, but it won't be so bad because Reggae here, yeah, look, Repeat just knocked out the church chest just fine. Repeat will just demonstrate for us that Reggae is a very simple boss fight right over here. So Reggae here is going to go all, yeah.
His really real power.
His really real power. Just transform!
Yeah, could have given us a whole magical girl cutscene and everything.
Nah. Yeah, that's what it was missing. We needed that. We needed that transformation sequence going.
I don't think we have time to worry about the particulars right now.
Oh me, oh my! How terribly frightening! I don't know what I'd do if I were to end up like poor Rago.
Oh, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What
Thank you,
happened to
Estelle.
him?
Oh, they found his body face down in a riverbed.
Oh, this is when they learn. This is when they learn.
Barretts if I ended up like that, you know.
Rago is dead? But why?
I'm afraid that's not for me to say. My lips are zipped up tight for sure.
All right, I think we might be ending off this session with the boss fight here.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you wanted to add before we wrap things up with the boss fight?
Nothing too much. It's nice to see the engagement from the chat. So, of course, once you start up your next session, make sure to chime in. I know it can be tough to just come up with a bunch of things to say on your own. So, assistance is always appreciated.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to chill with me, Chris. It's very much appreciated.
Oh, yeah. Good time.
And
I was like seeing these old games played again.
Speaking of which, when was the last time you played Eternia?
I haven't actually played all the way through Eternia myself. That's another one that's on the to-do list, because when it was current, I didn't have much in the way of consoles, so I kind of missed that release.
That's fair, that's fair.
That's him! It's Terrapus!
Oh, here it is, the Terrapus. Here it is. I remember in my first casual playthrough last year, I had a very hard time with this boss. Particularly, this isn't so bad at first. Everything looks all fine and dandy. Let's just kill this boss normally as you would any other boss fight, right? And here it comes. It's like, it don't waste any time. So, the whole gimmick, you just gotta kill the leader bat. But if you don't kill the leader bat in time, then they're gonna reform and
start over.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh no, did I not buy Panacea bottles? Oh no, I didn't buy Panacea bottles, and I don't have food at the party. Well, this will be interesting. Okay, okay. I mean, for those who want to have a little bit of an artificial challenge, here you go. No Estelle in the party. I mean, no Panacea bottles for this. And it sucks because, like, you know that whole thing where it's like all the enemies keep running away? This is this is a big part of it, and I don't have Carol to slow him down either. So this is going to be a very intriguing, for lack of a better term, crapshoot, basically. Oh, jeez. Yeah, because, like, the Terrapus here splits up into 4 magic bats, 4 attack bats, and 1 leader bat. This leader bat has 60k HP and is constantly flying around away whenever it's targeted. So I'm going to let it fly around for a bit, and then it'll hover around like that, and that's when I'll take my time to attack.
Yeah, if you set Rita to just throw out fireballs, you might be able to have her lock in on him. If you have her AI set to same enemy, that might help you keep him hits done.
Forgot I had her set to different. Actually, you know what would help too? Tractor beam would be really good.
Yeah.
Let's fix that shortly, actually. Right here. All right. Flip, fly around for a bit. Oh, except when a random splash comes out of nowhere. Anytime, Rita. Granted, actually, Fireball might be better because it is quicker to get out there.
Cast. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, splash out of nowhere. Oh, that's not the same enemy, Rita. Well, granted, I did change my strategy, so that was my fault. Defend. Same enemy, please. Oops. Oops. There we go. Oh, that was the wrong option. Thank you. Keep the OTGs with the Lunar Rise and rinse and repeat with Tractor Beam. Oh, and the stuns help too, by the way. Stuns definitely help. OTGs, what I mean to say is ground hit. I noticed that I keep interchanging OTG with the actual ground hits, I mean to say. Like, it just feels so amalgamated in fighting games with OTG, you automatically think they stand up, so I kind of just didn't differentiate the two in this game. Whoa, double splash! Splash Mountain. Oh no. Alright,
but I think it's done before he did.
Yeah. YouTube has some issues with stream crashes all the time. Really? I wonder why it's doing that. Uh-oh. I might have to fix things up. Oh, there's your technical difficulties. Unfortunate. Well, I'll have to fix things up after the after this part then, I guess. I don't think they can hear me to even respond to that, unfortunately.
I think so. I have the stream set up on my other monitor. It's still coming through fine for me, at least.
What's it coming through for you fine? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Raven, what happened?
Oh, no.
Here you go. Let's fix that, Raven. They're all running around defense. Those spells are catching Rita off guard a lot that I can't take advantage of it. Alright. Sometimes you could just knock them down with like a basic attack and then just follow up with 2 Lunar Rises in a row based on like what I'm missing right now in terms of Judith's current capabilities, but it is what it is. And all these splashes, all these showers certainly aren't helping either. Oh dear.
Getting close to a Fatal Strike, though.
Well, usually when it gets to that, sometimes it's almost always dead at that point. Alright,
Yeah,
well,
bosses.
yeah. Leader bat's done. Alright. Great! Now it's time to take out the magic bats one at a time. Yeah, so they should be your next priority, essentially. Oh, Rita.
Unless you like getting splashed still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a no from me, dog. Just saying. Oh, Raven. Oh, Raven. Oops. Messed that up. Well, it's nice to see everybody else dying. Maybe I should keep them all in defend, huh? Alright. Alright, 1 magic bat down, 3 to go.
Were you intending to use magic lenses on everything as you go through?
Yeah. Like, after knowing the magic bats, that I'll use it on the attack bats, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say just to make sure you didn't miss them.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, Raven, get some heals in now that everybody's revived. Ooh, more splashes. Yes, thank you. We need to be cooled off before this desert, after all. Alright, how many magic bats are left? Okay, we got 2. I'll see if I can fix the YouTube issues afterwards. I hope people can hear that.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
Yeah. You said you have it running on your second monitor. Does that look okay?
Yeah. The video and the audio still comes through fine for me. It might just be a matter of refreshing, but obviously if they don't hear us because they need to refresh, they won't get that.
Yeah, is it like, are you watching the Discord stream or the YouTube stream?
I have it going through both. So I have the Discord stream view and the YouTube stream on my other monitor.
Oh, okay, I see.
That way, if anything fell apart...
Oh, you know what? I think it might be a server issue with YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if I'm streaming to you fine, then it might be a server issue.
Okay.
Darn it. Or it could be server or bitrate. I'm gonna have to play around with bitrate a bit more. Anyway, behind the scenes stuff. I don't know if you guys can hear me now, but we should be back, I hope. Alright. See if we could wrap up this final magic bat and get things going. Okay. Yuri is I really don't like the confusion status. Like, it makes sense. Like, it's cool that they did it, but it's just annoying to deal with. Just annoying to deal with, that's all. Oh, are we out of... Oh, we out of oranges. Oh, no. Well...
It wouldn't be as bad if confusion were the way we're handled in other games where they just attack whoever's closest, so they don't necessarily seek out allies to beat up on.
Also, the other thing for me is, like, when they mix up your items. That really throws me off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was really laggy for a while, but it seems better now. Okay, well, that's good to hear. I'll fix up the settings after, during the break, maybe? We'll see what we can do. Spare now, yeah? Okay. It seems like things might be better, so we'll see what happens as we keep going here, but it might just be the server. Alright, So let's take it down with another Lunarize. And let Rita play melee, because why not? They're just attack bats. Attack bats are really nothing. They're just like any other generic bat that you'd find in the game.
Just has fancy hair.
Pretty much, yeah. Alright. Yuri dancing around there. Make sure he doesn't get confused, and he does anyway. He tried his best. And let's take this other bat down. Oh, Rita with the follow-up. Hey, way to go, Rita. You're the best. Alright. One more bat to go. Yeah, the off-screen assist. No, she was right there. She attacked with her whip. Alright. Hey, there you go. That's pretty much it for that boss. Because if you let it heal itself a lot, just like any other boss that heals itself, hint, hint, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. It's like a premonition for things to come. Foreshadowing.
Yeah, just a little.
That's just an easy bit.
We need no succor from our enemies. You're not gonna make fools of us! But with those injuries... Let us withdraw. Bye-bye for now!
Man, they keep they keep using that smoke
bomb.
screen attack. Yeah, smoke bomb.
They're throwing arcane.
Yeah, it's kind of reminds me of like it makes me think of like Iron Man. Smoke bomb, smoke bomb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I can't stand that
They
smell.
don't follow up with photon cannon.
Photon cannon. I miss MVC. Oh, those arcade 1-ups are so tempting, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Oh man. Now I'm in an MVC mood. No.
From Guilty Gear to that.
Yeah, from Guilty Gear to MVC 3. or the old school MVCs. Oh man. Alright. I think there might be a treasure chest I could pick up here before a cutscene. Yeah, I think a cutscene happens here before we leave, actually. Yeah, there it is.
What is with this heat?
We've passed through the caverns and come out on the other side of the mountains.
So you mean...
Those are the sands of
Oh, is it
Kagor.
stuck? Oh my gosh, what's going on with the server?
Whoa. You made it all the way there?
Blocked up for a sec.
It's the sands of Kagor.
Seems like it's dropping frames here and
Phaeroh's
there.
here.
Oh, okay. I'll have to fix it afterwards. It really feels like it might be a
I'm
YouTube
going
thing,
on
but anywho.
to meet Phaeroh.
Yeah.
Wait! We can't just let you go alone. I mean, our job right now is
Dangerous
to
to
protect
go
you.
alone. Take this.
Take this!
First day.
Right?
First
Yeah,
day.
I guess we can just...
Good one.
All right, we'll take care of him next time.
Hold on. Are you seriously going? Do you know what you're saying? This is a desert. It's hot.
I wonder what's
People
going on
die
with the
here,
YouTube
get
server.
it?
So yeah, I'll have to fix it after.
I'm ready for it.
You have to floss their internet
think.
tubes.
The desert is divided
Yeah.
into 3 regions.
Huh?
The foothills to the west, the center where it's hottest, and the massive peaks to the east.
Hey, hold on.
There's a town between the end of the western foothills and the central area.
Where did you hear that?
I went there with a friend once. It's a nice town built up around an oasis.
We'll hold off on any major decisions until we get there then.
Sounds good to me. Old Raven wouldn't be able to think straight till he cools off.
What are you gonna do, Patty? What's that? Well, I can't guarantee you'll find any clues in that town, though.
Don't worry. As long as there are people, I'm sure there'll be clues.
Why does Patty supposed to remind me of something?
Well, there are people living there.
Like,
Because it's Mao from Rebirth.
oh,
Then I'll be joining you.
Rita,
it wasn't quite a thumbs up, but
I know.
Yeah, Mao had
We'll make that
the
our first
point. It was
destination.
arm straight up, pointing to the sky with index finger was Mao's pose. But I think that's the closest thing I can think of.
okay. I'm pretty sure there's a treasure chest up here, or am I mistaken?
Real treasure were the friends you made along the way.
Ah, of course. I heard that. Not once, not twice, but
Sometimes
all
the real final boss is the friends you made along the way.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Tales of Graces.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I guess for those who can hear still, I'm not quite sure if you can or not, but if you can, I'm going to try to fix the stream a bit, and then we're going to go to our official break period. Once again, Chris, thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedule to drop by to chill and whatnot. And we'll be moving on to the next part of Act 2 here. I'm going to try to fix this along the way, though. So, anything else you want to add?
Yeah. So, anyone who's in the Texas area, again, first weekend of April is when we're looking at doing next Aselia Con. So, we'd love to see new faces turn up. Anyone who's interested. Obviously, if you're watching the stream, you have some sort of interest in Tales, so this is the kind of convention that would probably appeal to you. Other than that, yeah, hope you don't run into too much trouble trying to fix up your streaming issues. So, good luck with that.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. And yes, that's www.azeliacon.com, if I recall correctly, as it says on the stream right now.
Yeah.
And facebook.com/azeliacon as well.
Right.
All right. The stream will be offline for a bit, and I'll fix things up. And in the meantime, take care.